Hello, everybody. Gonna be kind of another chill day with Senpai. There we go. Sounds are working. Everything's fine. Sorry, I'm really tired after a rental. Work's not been good for Luke, so it's just been emotionally draining this past week. But we're just gonna get right into it. Hopefully we can fucking finish this case. Hopefully. Here's hoping my energy goes up. It usually can, depending. Who knows? I'm dealing with this bullshit now. I feel it's still a little too loud back there. Hey, could you maybe calm down a little? What's going on, Powers? Calm down? No way, Jose. Not until y'all come clean. It's for your own good, dang it. Our intrepid reporters refuse to give up, even in the face of repeated stonewalling from the crew. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting that she doesn't really like talk to people. She talks to her recorder. Look, you lazy, stop harassing these people, or I'll have to ask you to. That's a lot to ask from a lot of fucking heart. You cops sure got a lot of nerve. Y'all are the ones who let Taurosaurus run wild. Hoping to hide the fact that they bred this menace themselves, the staff cling desperately to their gang. We're not, like, Gordy I can buy becoming, like, people think it's real. Because it was a random accident. There's no one to answer for it. So, like, Gordy being a thing, sure. That fits cryptids. There's not one thing doing it, but, like, a film crew? Releasing a Taurosaurus? Are you girls? You're not even good conspiracy theorists. Look, we're really not breeding anything. This is a movie set. Says the gal who told me she done seen Gordy with her own danged eyes. Sure, I saw something, but it doesn't mean we're keeping monsters here. Alright, break it up, I assume. Yeah, it's me, sup. I assume that it could also be... Oh, Mr. Edgeworth. And Sean. Y'all are on the trail of this here monster infestation too, huh? No, we're on the trail of a criminal. Lang Ji says, the darkness of a criminal's heart can sometimes be compared to a monster. Dude, don't feed these two. Don't do that. That is to say, a killer is no different from a monster. Really. Yeah, okay, I'm doing fine. Agent Lang, this is highly irregular, sir. We can't allow members of the public onto the crime scene. Can you kick them out? These people are important witnesses. I need them to be here. Okay, sir. Well, Agent Lang, here we are. Where do you intend to begin? Oh yeah, I forgot he totally accused Gavel of killing the president. Let's start by summing up the facts. President Wong's body was discovered here this morning. He hadn't been seen since the night before last. Yes, he slipped off without his bodyguards noticing, if I remember correctly. So he went missing over a day. They did not show the panic that would come with a fucking president going missing. Like, there'd be SWAT teams everywhere. And the last person to see him alive was you, Judge Gavel, on the roof of the big building. Sean, don't look guilty for being 9, 10. How old are you again? 13. Don't look like a guilty 13. I keep forgetting he's actually older and just looks young. Why did the two of you arrange to meet? I'm sorry, but I can't say. Dude, he's dead at this point. Fuck it. Just say. Not even to defend yourself from an accusation of murder.
Why? Why can't you just tell us?
Why are you concerned about this? I mean, yeah, I guess it's your mom is being accused of murder, but...
Please, Judge Gavel, we're trying to help you.
Huh. She can't say because she'll only incriminate herself more. I know you had something to do with the president's murder, and I'm going to prove it. You said yourself that the body was only found this morning. How do you explain the time that passed between Judge Gavel's meeting with the president and then? That's exactly what I'm hoping we're about to find out. I'm particularly interested in what happened last night. So why don't you tell us exactly how it all went down, Sean Fenn?
Me?
We know you were here on the set last night. You were, Sean? We have testimony from the woman over there, and forensic evidence from the footprints that proves it.
You came back to run your lines, right?
What? You were spying on me? Dude, if you do it regularly, it's not that weird, and also, you are an unaccompanied minor. She is your child. She's the child wrangler. Of course she was watching you.
I'm sorry. I was just making sure you were okay. It was late. I was worried about you. How many times do I have to tell you? I don't need you to worry about me.
You're still an unaccompanied minor. Oh, Jesus. Sean, that's no way to talk to an adult. She was trying to look out for you. Apologize this instant.
Sorry.
I've told you before. I won't have you speaking to people that way.
Wow, this is a whole new Judge Gavel.
It seems she's just as strict with her son as she is with those who break the law. That poor child. He's dealt with an idiot. Are you listening to me? If I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. You must. Oh, and then, one lecture later. Jesus, Sean, I'm so sorry. And I want you to remember that, all right? Can we get on with the investigation now? That took like an hour. What the fuck? Oh, of course. Forgive me. I had to discipline my son. I don't think I've ever seen her so passionate about anything. I guess Judge Gavel, the mother, will take a little getting used to. Are we to understand that you're accusing Sean of being involved somehow, Agent Lang? I just want the truth. I need to know why the president was killed. I keep slipping into this cowboy accent because of how I'm having to sit in my mouth. It's bad. And by who? And I don't care what it takes. I'm going to find out. Oh, I see what I'm doing. I usually have it right there. This is where I usually have it. I guess this makes sense for him to be so determined. The president was practically family to him. All right, Sean. Perhaps you could tell us what happened last night?
Fine by me. I've got nothing to hide. I had a bad day yesterday. Messed up a couple takes. We were scheduled to shoot the same scene again today. So I thought I'd put in some extra practice, and that's what I did. It's that simple. It's not like I haven't done it before. It was fine. Nothing happened.
I don't believe you. You've been rehearsing late at night again? Sean, if I've told you once. But when I called you yesterday evening, Sean, you said you were at the hotel. Oopsie poopsie. I'm holding my controller in one hand to move my phone about because it's my way to keep an eye on chat and my guide. Because I want this to go quick, please. You called him? Around what time? It must have been 11 p.m. or thereabouts. It's one of our rules. When Sean stays away from home, we have to speak every night. Fair rule, I guess. But that late? He's still 13. Like 10 p.m. makes more sense. Weirdly enough. Yeah, well, I wasn't at the hotel. I was here on set. You lied to me! You are grounded!
Sorry. Oh my gosh. Oh, now she's mad. I think it's kind of amazing how hard he wants to work on his acting, though.
Nonetheless, a parent can't help but worry. And also, you are still a minor, my god. A child alone late at night. Anything could happen to him. And indeed it did. He got himself entangled in this case.
But he said nothing happened, right?
He did. Although I can't help but wonder if he was telling the truth. Seeing as this is testimony. No, he's not. He's lying. Severely. Where is it? I want to say something like weird happened. Yeah, there's like weird footprints and shit. And then he like poofed.
Objection!
Nothing happened. I'm sorry, but you're lying. This proves it beyond a doubt.
Wait, how did you...
That's right, your rehearsal tape.
What?
You have video footage from last night? We do, and if you watch it, you'll see that it was no ordinary evening. I'm glad that they didn't do, like, I fucking love Apollo Justice. And even the fifth case from the first game, the one introduced with the DS. But, man, the video recordings from cases where you have to sit there and watch them, fucking hate those pieces of evidence because they're just obnoxious. Not that they are like bad evidence or the solving of them is any less interesting. It's just an annoying mechanic because it's like, okay, I gotta fast forward, pause. Is it in this frame? God damn it! There's a footprint there already. There is, and I'm not sure that's an everyday sight, even on a film set. Sean. Why would you keep this from me?
No reason. I'm just a rebellious teenager. Preteen? I don't know what I am.
Liar! That stuff might work on your mommy, kid, but it's not going to work on me. Why did you hide the tape? Sean, you have to tell us. You?
Look, I just didn't want anybody to see me rehearsing, okay? I don't like it.
Honestly, no, I'd prefer having people watch me rehearse. I can't stand watching myself perform or in a rehearsal. I can't do it. It's embarrassing to me. Hello! Welcome. Oh, I wish I could read. Here, kanji, hiragana, right? That is... Which one is that? God damn it. No, there's some katakana in it, but it's mostly... I don't know. Hello. So you were embarrassed. Is that it?
Yeah. What's so weird about that?
Oh, Neptune, hi! Your username looks different on my phone for some reason. I don't know why. That's so weird. But hello. Welcome. That's why you didn't hand over vital evidence? Sean, how could you?
Ah! Oh, give me a break. You know about it now, don't you? Sure, the footprint was there, but I just ran my lines and went home. That was it.
Well, and nothing about the giant monster footprint struck you as weird? It's a giant monster footprint.
On the set of a giant monster movie. It's not like there isn't all kinds of other weird stuff around here. I don't buy it for a second. Chief, there's something hinky?
I've never heard anyone use that to reference a person.
There's something hinky about this kid, sure as I'm standing right here.
Dang skipper there is. He's hiding a scoop under them there horns, or my name ain't Lot of Heart.
Shut up, both of you. I'm done talking.
No, you're not.
What?
The footprint isn't the only strange thing about last night. What other unusual occurrence happened late yesterday evening? It was this fucking thing. The model of Torosaurus's head fell from the roof of that trailer last night. I feel like so disconnected to what happened earlier in this case. Like the whole winner stuff feels like it was last case. Why didn't they just finish that off with last case? It's super weird. The model, I read that. Did you expect us to believe that you knew nothing about that?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Is that so?
I told you, I ran my lines, I went home, that was it. What do I know about some stupid falling head? Or are you saying you can prove I know something?
Sadly not. It's entirely possible that the head fell after Sean left.
No proof, huh? Then this conversation is over.
Something tells me he doesn't want to talk about last night any more than is absolutely necessary. What is he hiding? Hold it right there. What is it, Agent Lang?
So it's just as I thought. Thanks, Mr. Prosecutor.
This footage of yours backs up my theory nicely.
What? There was something else on that tape?
Yep. Look closely. See the costume up in the top left?
Oh yeah, the Torosaurus suit.
The one that you thought was real, Kay. How do you know it's a suit now? Something's different. Do you see it?
I'm not sure. He's just kind of hanging out and looking a little saggy. Oh, and the zipper on his back is done up tight.
The zipper? Huh. That's... Yeah. Guess you all see it now, right? On the tape, the zipper is wide open. I mean, honestly, that's how you want to store those costumes, I think. Because, like, you let it air out. Because there's been a sweaty man inside it all day for shooting. Thank you, Raffatron, for the reminder. Why? Because somebody's inside the suit, that's why.
What? Right now?
Mr. Powers, that zipper. What can you tell us about it? Oh, well, we always close it up tight when the suit isn't in use. That sounds like a recipe for disaster. In my brain. That's right, Mr. Prosecutor. And do you remember something else I said not so long ago? Let me refresh your memory. Oh, Dude, if you're telling me the president's body was hidden in the fucking costume, I'm calling bullshit. They still did a round of filming yesterday. You're saying the body could have been hidden in the Torosaurus suit? That's exactly oh my god. No. I call bullshit. Oh my god. Isn't that right, Gavel? You pushed the president off the roof just like I said. Then you hid his body inside that costume. Lang, they were shooting a movie. I most certainly did not. Protest all you like. I'm not gonna believe you. You're the only person who could have done this. Bullshit. I thought we already proved that would have been impossible. The movie set was locked at the time. There's no way Judge Gavel would have been able to get in here. What if she had an accomplice? What? I mean, I guess her son, technically. I've got a little theory for you. I think you're gonna like it. No, I'm not, because you're... Wow, you got stupid between games. Jesus. Even then, she's a bit of an overbearing mom. A little bit. What if Sean was waiting down here when Gavel pushed the president off the roof? If the two of them were working together, the problem of the lock goes away. They then worked to hide the body together, too, by dragging it over to the Taurosaurus suit and stuffing it inside. You think the murder was really that carefully planned? It was the assassination of a world leader. It could only have been carefully there have been plenty of crimes of passions against world leaders, my guy. Like, holy shit. That's true. She is she will protect her kid, but she is not afraid to lecture him for what looks like potentially half an hour.
Overruled.
To suggest that Sean could have been involved in this it's unthinkable. You're my prime suspect. What makes you think I'm gonna listen to a word you say? But what about motive? What reason would either of them have to kill President Wong? Who knows? But we'll find out soon enough. She was the last one to meet him. She won't tell us why. Pretty darn suspicious. Even you have to agree with that. I mean, yeah, but that's kind of it. Yes, agreed. I still don't like Gavel a lot at all. Judge Gavel, I don't suppose I can convince you to share any more details. My apologies, but that is the one thing I cannot do. However, rest assured, should that ever change, you will be the first to know. So please, you have to believe me? Yeah, murderers have a habit of saying that. What about you, kid? Any weak excuses to offer? If so, now's the time to get them off your chest.
I got nothing to say to you. I'm innocent.
Both as tight-lipped as each other, huh? But let me guess, you're still going to try and stick up for them. It's true, Judge Gavel's actions certainly make her seem suspicious, but nothing she has told us amounts to a motive for murder, or even the suggestion of one. No, like I said, I'm leaving motive aside for now. You can't do that when accusing someone of murder, because even crimes of passion have motive. My guy. Did you remember to take your smarty pants pills? Did you forget those at home? For the moment, I'm focused on means and opportunity. And for my money, these two had to be working together for their little plot to succeed. So it really can't be them. You're making this way too complicated.
Hold it!
The video footage doesn't show the inside of the suit. You can't say for certain that there was a body in there at the time, can you? It's really hard to say, because, like, since this universe does have the, plead the fifth, doesn't have that, she might be thinking completely logically, in that she's just exercising her right. So, it's... yeah. Ugh. Her silence can make sense, especially if it's going to incriminate her in another crime. But I have a feeling it's not going to incriminate her in another crime. Maybe not. We can take a closer look right now. Let's open it up and see what's inside. I put money on us finding proof that it was there. Do you mind if we examine the suit, Mr. Powers? Not at all. Might be a little ripe, though. Gets pretty sweaty in there. That's why you leave it open, to let it air out. Oh my gosh, guys. And use a Lysol can, my god. Huh, it's filthy. Yeah, that's weird. I always clean it out pretty good. If you don't, it can get kind of moldy. I wonder if it's a silicone-based suit. We'll have to see what the reason is. I don't know anything about this section. In other words, what we're looking at is proof that somebody other than you used the costume. That dirt in there must have come from the body.
I guess the president was lying right in the middle of that footprint. He probably would have gotten pretty dirty.
Exactly. Well, everybody happy? The inside of the suit is covered with dirt. Must be from when the body was hidden there. Then yeah, is there the yellow stuff? I didn't see. So our assumption is that the inside of the suit is dirty because the dirt came from the body. Would it be safe to say that's the case? Why? Is there a problem? I mean, yeah, there's not that yellow powder which was on the body. Part of the suit directly in front of the opening is particularly dirty. Yeah, and the fan of this was Mozilla, right? Yeah. It is very much a Godzilla reference, so it makes sense. The fan translators just went right into it.
Yeah, it really is.
But look at the victim. The area of his body that would have been in contact with that part of the suit isn't dirty at all. If it was placed in there correctly, Edgeworth, which, whatever. If the victim had been crammed in there as you suggest, his chest would surely be covered in dirt. Fine. So what's your explanation? How did all that dirt get inside there? Based on the videotape, there may well have been somebody in the suit at the time. So who was it if it wasn't the president?
Come on, Kay, think. Where was it?
Is something the matter, Kay?
I've seen dirt like that somewhere else. I'm sure of it.
Oh my god, Kay, were you in there? From when you were kidnapped?
Just can't think of where.
Oh wait, no. I know where that dirt's from. Where is that? Yeah, okay, cool. I didn't mean to actually examine it. I could see it just fine.
There were little weird gray bits in it.
Gray bits. She's right, there is something mixed in there.
It was stuck on something else we looked at. Lots of it.
Stuck to something we looked at. An item of evidence, maybe. It's probably worth checking. It's one of the items we found have a similar kind of dirt stuck to it. It does. Woohoo.
Take that!
As Kay pointed out, the dirt in the suit contains small flecks of something grey. Uh-huh. And? We discovered similar flecks stuck to an item belonging to someone we recently had dealings with. The item in question being these gloves. You're right. The dirt does look similar. I mean, dirt is just dirt. The only way I can tell the difference between dirts is if it's like plant soil, dirt from around my area, or dirt further south where it's red rock. That's like the only differences. Why can we? So what? What are you saying this stuff is? What exactly are these gray flecks of yours? I believe the gray flecks are probably... Yeah, of these three, definitely does. Surely they're flecks of concrete.
Oh, like all the little broken up bits around the footprints, you mean?
Exactly. And who did the gloves on which we found similar dirt and grey flecks belong to?
Chairman Winner! We found them in his garbage!
Oh, his garage, I mean. Wow. I mean, it is... He's garbage, so it is his garbage. That's right. We visited the garage at his home earlier today. And we found a pair of mechanic gloves covered in dirt. And if I recall correctly, a sledgehammer and a shovel, too. Oh, he made these? Why? What is... Okay. What does this have to do with him trying to get, like, himself and fucking... What's her face off the hook? Like, what the fuck? Why would a pair of mechanic's gloves be covered in dirt? I'll tell you why. Because somebody wore them while they used that hammer and shovel. He smashed through the concrete to the dirt below, staining the gloves with both substances.
Wait, so you're saying...
Yes, that we finally know what these footprints really are. Seems highly likely that they were dug by Chairman Winner. Why? Highly likely. If that is so, then tell me this. Why the heck did he make them? Oh, now we're worried about motive. Like, now we're worried about it. What purpose could they have possibly served? Why, indeed. I imagine he was probably digging something up. I imagine events unfolded somewhat like this. There was something on this lot that he needed to unearth. In order to do so, he cut the chains on the side entrance and gained access from there. He then used the sledgehammer and shovel to dig the 3 footprints. Damn, that would have taken him a long-ass time. I'm glad that you somehow magically know the order it was done in Edgeworth. When he found what he was looking for, he bagged it up and filled in all the holes.
But then Sean must have shown up, right?
I think he did, yes. Why did he dig hoofprint-shaped holes? Who does that? Chairman Winner would have had to find a hiding place, and the Taurosaurus suit provided just that. Ugh. You got all that from a pair of dirty gloves? It's good. It was all just speculation. I mean, dude, you need to chill. We don't have any proof that he was inside that suit. He could have dug those holes and gotten out of here before the kid even showed up. But he didn't, and there's proof of that right there in the footage. Oh, that. Shows that Chairman Winner was still present when this recording was made. What? It's a shame that Agent Lang didn't notice it himself. It's because he's very hell-bent on getting fucking Gavel arrested for some reason. Oh, I didn't even read that line. Holy shit. But if we compare the situation as we see it now to the situation as it appears on Sean's rehearsal tape, and compare that in turn to what we saw in Chairman Winner's garage. Oh, yep, there, yep. Soon becomes clear that the chairman was present. I wish that had been evidence we collected, not just like, oh, hey, remember, let's look at these cutscenes really fast and compare the difference. Like, Edgeworth should have been taking photographs.
Take that!
Look at the bag next to the Taurosaurus suit. We saw the same bag in Chairman Winner's garage. The same bag. The dirt on the gloves. That has to indicate a connection, surely. I think that pretty much seals it. It was Excelsius Winner in the suit. Why, though? And if he was in there, the president's body can't have been. Yeah! Good, it seems I've convinced Agent Lang of the flaws in his theory. Somebody get to Chairman Winner's house right away! We need to know what's in that bag! Yes, sir. What? Hello? Y'all done lost your minds? I can't believe what I'm hearing here. What is this hog swill? There we are. That's how it's pronounced. This is all we need. Lotta being a pain in my ass. Them right there's Taurosaurus' footprints, dang it. Ain't no holes dug by no old guy. I mean, honestly, I am a little on her side, because why would he dig the holes this way? Honestly. I think I've demonstrated more than adequately that that's exactly what they are. Don't matter me knowing what you just done did. I don't believe it, and that's that. I done told y'all, I seen that big bad bull with my own 2 eyes. The giant eye peering in at the window. Thought we gotten past that nonsense.
We ain't about to let that go. What kind of journalist would we be if we did, huh?
Responsible ones. But I guess that's the whole problem.
Wait, ain't it like it was just about that, about the footprints now? Wait, ain't it like it was just about the footprints now? No how?
What the fuck did you just say?
You were seen fraternizing with one of them there monsters, ain't that correct, young man?
By the young lady over there, if I'm not very much mistaken. We're never going to get anywhere with these 2 around. Why are they here? Seriously, they don't need to be here.
Maybe if we could prove to them that wasn't a monster either, they might finally drop it. What do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? Any bright ideas?
Prove that it wasn't a monster. Fine, I don't suppose there's much else for it. Let's see what we can do.
What are you two whispering about? Y'all are hiding something, ain't you? Admit it! Quick, Tabby, roll tight!
Could I politely ask that you both calm down and disappear forever? The monster the boy was seen talking to. We know what it was now. Huh? That's right. Sean's rehearsal tape finally cleared up that particular mystery. It did? The point at which Miss Nichols thought she saw Sean with Gordy. That would have been right here when he was making his rehearsal tape. I think she mistook a certain object for the legendary creature of the lake. Our so-called monster is right here in this picture. Huh? I don't see no Gordy. That ain't nothing but a dumb snapshot. You're talking to a pro here. Can't fool me with no trick photography. What was Miss Nichols' Gordy really? It was this goddamn game. Take that! That's right. It was a camera crane. Something this boy should not have been operating, because that is expensive ass shit, but whatever. That is what Miss Nichols saw, not Gordy.
What?
Sean's rehearsal tape was shot from a noticeably elevated viewpoint. A viewpoint that would only have been possible if the camera in question was attached to a crane.
Bull! How the heck would she make a mistake like that, huh?
It's dark. And she's a jumpy bitch. How indeed, Miss Nichols?
Yes?
You told us that you think you might need new glasses, didn't you?
Yeah, my eyesight got way worse all of a sudden.
And I imagine that when you thought you saw Gordy, he was quite heavily shrouded in darkness.
That's right. I only really saw a silhouette. But you done told us! Skin like an enormous worm, you said.
Y'all about to try and tell us your precious crane up and grew skin somehow?
Ain't even no flesh on them there metal bones, let alone skin.
You're entirely correct, of course. About the crane as it was in this particular picture anyway. But it did have a skin of a sort last night.
I knew you were a scoop hater, but this is plumb crazy. You want Tabby and me to starve, is that it?
Yes. That wasn't my intent at all, but honestly, the way I treat Gumshoe. But I do think it's time I finally put them both out of their misery. Gordy's skin is right here in front of us. It wasn't skin at all, it was this. You idiots. Miss Nichols told us that it seemed likely to rain last night. That never happened in the end. But I think Sean may have covered the crane with rainproof sheeting nonetheless. And that my intrepid young reporters is what Miss Nichols mistook for Gordy's skin.
What?
I forgot about her fucking bear. Why do you have a bear trap, girl?
Aw, heck.
Well, Sean, am I mistaken?
You see everything, don't you? Gotta say, you're pretty amazing.
I am Edgeworth. I'm sorry, Miss Hart, but Miss Nichols' monster was no such thing. It was simply a trick of the light. And just like that, the dream dies. Again.
Chief, I done fucked up. I think that may have finally shut them up.
I thought the kid was holding out on us. It seems I might have, could have, maybe been a little wrong. Maybe. All right. You don't know what the so-called monster was now. Everybody happy?
It was such a detour that was so unnecessary. Hooray!
Agent Lang, I have plot. Would you take my plot? The president's autopsy report is out, sir. Is it? Let me see it. Death was due to full body contusions and bone breakages caused by extreme pressure from above. Oh, you were crushed. So we have our cause of death. He was crushed. Just as we thought. I weirdly think he would not have been that. I mean, they could not have shown that, honestly, in this game. It's still rated T. But he should be a little bit more flattened. Test results still haven't come back from the yellow substance found on his chest. But they did find gunshot residue on his right hand.
Gunshot residue? Guess he was a kid at heart, huh?
Oh, gumshot? God damn it, Kay. Come on, girl. I hate you. It's a substance left behind when a firearm is discharged. I feel like we've discussed this before together, Kay. How do you not know this? This is a sequel. Its present indicates that the president may have used a gun.
Really? But we didn't find a gun anywhere, did we?
Indeed not. Which makes the residue something of a riddle. We'll need to read that report carefully. Well, Agent Lang, that clears one thing up at least. The president didn't die from a fall, which means he wasn't pushed from the roof of the big building. He was crushed by the falling Taurosaurus head, just as we said he was. Guess I have to accept that now. Fine, you were right.
Amazing! So does that mean Judge Cavell isn't a suspect anymore either?
Surely it must. Both the cause and time of death rule her out. She met with the president the night before last. But the autopsy report puts the time of death at around 11 p.m. last night. And we know that the Taurosaurus head fell around then, too. The facts all line up perfectly.
What a relief!
I bet you the president was in the auction. Doing auction shit. Sorry, it might be a little too soon to celebrate. What? Sure, I think we can accept that the falling head must have been what killed the president. But that begs the question of what could have caused it to fall. Or who. From the evidence I saw, it was an accident from a bunch of idiots who basically made a fire. You know what happened late last night, so we have to think about who was here at that time. It can't be a child. What are you getting at exactly? You can't mean... I'm afraid I do. You did it, didn't you? Sean! Your silence isn't helping things, kid. Be a little bit more like, what? What the fuck are you talking about, you weirdo? The kid's hiding something. He was right here last night, right where the body was found. He saw the footprints. And yet he wants us to believe he knows nothing about what happened. That's a big ask, surely. We haven't yet established if the footprints had anything to do with the murder. So even if he did see them, that doesn't mean he was involved. Maybe not, but his face tells me different. He is sweating profusely, and somehow also freezing with the way the milk is condensing. Condensating. There's the correct verbiage. And as does the fact that he's shaking like a leaf. It does seem like Agent Lang might be onto something, but I don't think Sean's going to talk. Fine, keep your mouth shut, kid. I have a better idea. Why don't we let your tape do the talking? What exactly are you planning, Agent Lang? The police have some pretty sophisticated image analysis tools these days. You would go to such extreme lengths to see my son convicted? It's not ideal, but if the boy won't talk, we don't have any other way of getting to the truth. Detective Gumshoe, you have access to exactly such a device, do you not? Sure do. Lil V. What? You named him? Good. Then that should make this nice and quick. Mr. Edgeworth, might I request that it be you who carries out the analysis in question? Why me? I fear that Agent Lang might be inclined to believe the worst. Image analysis isn't exactly my specialty. I spoke too soon. I think I'm dealing with videotape footage. But all right. Whoa, what the fucky? Okay, let's look in here. Ah! he just fucking shows up. What the fuck? Oh my god, that's... What the fuck? Oh my god. What the...
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Let me see! Huh? Ah!
What is it? What's the matter? Show me! Mr. Edgeworth, the court asks that you share your fight. Bitch, we aren't in court. Calm your tits. Zoom in on the top right part of the image and look closely. There's a person there. It's the president! Oh my!
What? You're kidding, right?
Well, I'd say that's pretty decisive, wouldn't you? This doesn't look good for Sean at all.
Wait! This doesn't prove anything! I didn't know he was there! He was in the dark or something!
I don't believe you. And the image does in fact prove something very important. That you and the president were here at the scene of the crime together. Admit it, kid. You murdered President Wong. No, that's ridiculous. Why would he? Sean, you can't have, can you?
What do we do, Mr. Edgeworth? It's hard to push back against footage like this.
Surely even you can't deny that this looks pretty bad for the kid, Mr. Prosecutor. Ugh. You claimed you knew nothing about what happened. But the president is right there with him. Are you gonna talk, Sean, for the love of God? Sean, what are you not telling us? We have to know. He's right, Sean. Be honest now. It's the only way.
No. I'm going to jail, thanks. The truth is, it was all my fault!
Oh my God, kid. Sean, what did you do?
It was my fault the Torosaurus head fell off of the trailer.
Oh no, dude. You killed the president.
I went up on the roof of the trailer to prep the kit I was using, and I turned on the heater while I was there. I must have left it burning when I came back down to run my lines. And then my mom called and I left the set to go talk to her. When I came back after the call...
Oh my God. Dude, you could have been saving your mom's ass.
The Torosaurus head had fallen from the roof and the president was just there, lying next to it.
No. We did find evidence of a fire having broken out up on the roof.
It was just a tiny one, so I put it out myself. So we're saying the president died because of Sean?
If he did, that would make this whole thing just an accident. What did you do with the head after you found it on the ground?
I took it apart, carried the pieces up to the roof, and put it back together again.
You're saying you put out the fire and moved the head back to where it fell from? In other words, you tried to cover your tracks. You're a real piece of work, kid.
It's not like I did any of this on purpose. I really did just forget to turn the heater off.
Yes, and when the fire had burned through the legs of the table, the table would have collapsed and the head
would have fallen down onto the ground below. You're right. The fire caused the head to fall.
We knew that, but okay. Indeed, I also happen to have an idea about how the fire may have started. He told us. Oh, this is flashback shit, I think. No, this is him. This is never. Oh, these guys are stupid. Those cans of paint thinner by the heater are pretty flammable. Not a great place to keep them. And you swear it was an accident? Seems a little convenient. What was the president even doing here in the first place?
How the heck am I supposed to know? I didn't see anybody, I swear.
Still don't believe you. Why would President Wong come to a place like this in the middle of the night? His reasons for coming here are something of a mystery, it's true. He met Judge Cavell up on the roof 2 nights ago. But he was also here on the movie set last night. Did he come to meet Sean? I think we'll need to go over the boy's statements very carefully indeed. Hi. It's like this case is like, I remember being able to kind of solve Ace Attorney cases pretty, not super easily, but I was able to get it fairly early on in the case. A little bit faster than the characters sometimes. but it was me noticing a tiny detail the game wouldn't let the character examine. Edgeworth examined that shit. What do you mean you didn't realize it was a fire until that very point? Did you notice anything unusual about the body?
I don't know, it was dark.
The kid. He suddenly seems even more reticent than usual.
I don't think he wants to go back over that memory any more than he has to, Mr. Edgeworth.
I'm sure he doesn't. Is that really all it is? Should I push him a little more on this? It was dark, but you knew it was a body nonetheless. He's hiding something. I better find out what. Most people would cry out for help if they saw somebody lying on the ground. And yet you didn't.
Yeah, because what was the point? He was dead.
So you said. What I'm interested in is how you were able to be so sure. Why were you certain that he was dead?
He was lying on the ground, and that huge head was right next to him. Didn't take much to figure out what must have happened.
You couldn't have guessed that the impact would have killed him. How did you really know? I'll tell you how, because you checked.
Fine, I checked, okay? I was scared, but yeah, I went up to the body and I looked and he wasn't breathing.
So I was right. But why try to hide that fact? There must be a reason. Could you tell me more, or can you tell me how the body looked at that point?
I couldn't tell if he was dead at first. There was no blood or anything, so it was hard to be sure. Nothing on his clothes either. He was completely clean.
What?
But yeah, he wasn't breathing. So that's how I knew he was dead.
Thank you. I'd like you to add that statement to your testimony if you don't mind.
I didn't know he was dead at first. There was no blood and nothing on his clothes either.
That's fucking weird.
Objection!
Nothing on his clothes. Nothing at all.
Yeah, nothing. Why? Is there a problem with that?
There's something you're clearly hoping we've forgotten.
What are you talking about? There isn't. That's not true.
Unluckily for you, we remember it rather well. We had this whole discussion with the suit earlier. I'm talking, of course, about the yellow speckles on the president's chest. Why do you have so much milk? Is that backpack got ice packs in it? Please, for the love of God, tell me it does. You've studiously avoided mentioning them throughout your testimony. An absence I find suspicious, to say the least. I hope for your sake that you have a satisfactory explanation. Gavel, don't do this. We're looking for the truth, please. Judge Gavel? Allow me to explain. Oh, so you just... Okay. But... The yellow residue on the president's chest. I imagine it was from a bouquet of flowers. Lion lilies, to be precise. Lion lilies? 2 nights ago, when I met the president on the roof of the big building, I presented him with a bouquet. They're a type of lily with large yellow petals. I imagine that the substance on President Wong's chest was pollen from those flowers.
Huh? But they're not there in the printout from the security camera.
Only because the president is in the way. But why give him flowers? That is not something I am at liberty to divulge. What? More secrets? Are you serious? First you wouldn't tell us why you met with him, and now you can't even tell us about the flowers? My sincerest apologies. But all I can tell you is that I gave him the bouquet. Bouquet that was nowhere near the body when it was discovered. How do you explain that? I cannot. Seriously, Your Honor? Some things you won't explain, the rest you can't. Come on, you've got to give us something here. You wouldn't let this fly in the courtroom. What makes you think we'll accept it?
Hey, you leave her alone!
Sean.
I threw the flowers away, okay?
You did. So they were here when you first found the body?
Yeah, they were right there on his chest. And they were squashed completely flat.
Oh, I guess that makes sense, right? He would have gotten crushed along with the president.
And the pollen would have been smeared across his jacket front. It does explain things rather neatly. But why remove the bouquet and dispose of it? Because you knew it belonged to your mom.
No reason.
He's almost as evasive as his mother. Like mother, like son.
More secrets? You're quite a pair.
There is no secret. I know exactly why Sean disposed of the bouquet.
Huh?
It's obvious he's protecting his mom. You saw me leave the house with it, didn't you?
Oh, I get it. When you saw the flowers on the president's body, you remembered seeing your mom with them.
And felt the need to prevent her from coming under suspicion.
No, you've got it all wrong.
That's his least convincing lie yet. You stupid boy. I often decorate our home with lion lilies. I imagine that's why he remembered. So the flowers his mother was carrying showed up on the president's body. And because of that, he got rid of the bouquet and kept quiet about having discovered the corpse. Huh. Well, that ties everything up nicely, doesn't it? A little too nicely for my tastes.
Why? What's wrong with nice?
I guess you forget, huh? The kid also told us that he was responsible for the head falling in the first place.
Yeah, he did, but
So he's still our only suspect. The finger of suspicion still seems to be pointing firmly in Sean's direction. However, wait. I can think of a far more likely culprit than the boy. What? Who? The person who was holding Sean captive until only a short while ago. That's right, we had to rescue him from a warehouse refrigeration unit down by the harbor. A refrigeration unit in a depot? Yeah. Luckily it wasn't switched on. Poor kid might have frozen into a popsicle otherwise. There was still stuff in there. That's a shitty refrigeration unit. He was doing his best to call out for help, which is how we found him.
the sedatives had worn off by then, so he was wide awake and plenty loud.
Sedatives? Isn't that what you were given too?
Yup, we found the bottle on the floor of the unit. Here's this evidence, I guess, that we were just holding on to for some reason. It was even the same brand.
How do you know what the brand of your sedative was? Oh yeah, no, that's right, the nurse said it. Never mind. I retract that complaint.
3 Z's. Apparently it's super strong. We should have given this to you, like, way earlier, but it's fine.
Well, Agent Lang, surely that suggests that Sean is a victim, not a suspect. Somebody else was responsible, and I think they've been behind all of this. Oh yeah? And the secret mastermind of yours was here last night too? Yeah, I can't yet say, but it's probably true. They've been really trying to do this mastermind thing for some reason. It's not like you to be so vague, Mr. Prosecutor. I'm gonna just readjust my mic here really quick so I can lean back, because my back hurts. Sadly, we just don't have anything to tie our mysterious kidnapper to the murder of the president. So is there anybody else? Somebody other than Sean who could have committed the murder? I don't know. Of course! So I was right. The kid is still our only suspect. I don't know what we're gonna say. Not quite. I can think of another. What? Somebody who we just recently proved was right here on the movie set last night. Chairman Winner? You think he killed President Wong? Why not? We've proven that he was present. And if he was here, he's as viable a suspect as anybody else, wouldn't you say? Man, this guy is committing crimes left and right if it's him. Winner. Could he really have? It's certainly another possibility to consider. I just want to use this Fuecoco plush I have to be a good arm pillow. Be a good arm pillow! 12 years ago, he was... That number again. Ooh, excuse me. Oh my gosh, so much flashback. I'm not reading flashbacks. You cannot make me. Because they're just going to restate everything anyway. Agent Lang, what happened 12 years ago? It's nothing to do with you. It does now. This case has to do with it, my god. I think it has everything to do with me. It's clearly connected to this case. And you can prove that, can you? Go ahead, show me some proof of what happened 12 years ago has anything to do with this. I can't do that unless I know what happened 12 years ago, Lang. You fucking moron. Proof? If you can't prove it, this conversation's over. Does anything? What? Okay, hold on. That's 18 years ago. Okay, hold on. Okay. I don't know why.
Take that!
That's it, but sure. This letter was sent to Rosie Ringer, the victim of a murder that happened the night before last. We don't know who sent it, but it does say this. Good luck getting your revenge for what happened 12 years ago. Oh yeah, it does say that. What? But... And that's not all. Take a look at this. It's a report about Bronco Night written by Warden Lagarde. It was addressed to Chairman Winner. This last part in particular should be of interest to you. Retrieve the package we laid to rest 12 years ago. In front of the planter. Something strange is going on, Agent Lang. Miss Ringer was murdered the night before last, and President Wong not long afterward. There's a connection between the two murders. There has to be. And I believe we can trace that connection to events 12 years in the past. Am I wrong? These are old wounds you're opening up here. Insults to my family name. Please, Agent Lang, we need to know. Hello? Who on earth was that? Shifu! Oh, hey, it's your gang! What are you all doing here? Why'd I put my sunglasses back on? We came to find you, sir. We heard you were looking into the incident from 12 years ago. So here you go. It's the incident from 12 years ago. Ah! Idiots! I'm not your boss anymore. Get back to your duties right now. We can't do that, sir. We quit. What? You're disobeying a direct order? Please, sir, I'm begging you. We all are. You have to reopen the investigation into the SS5 incident. We know you can't let it go until you figured out what happened, and we can't either. Well, Agent Lang, seems your former underlings want the events of the past explained too. Think it's that easy? That you would solve the case just like that? Honestly, this is Ace Attorney. Yes, we're going to do that. I think we can. Together. Huh. Well, alright then. Offer accepted. Yay, Shifu, Shifu, Shifu. They start like kissing his feet.
Nice! Then I guess it's my turn to step up.
I'm sorry, Kay?
You're looking into a case from the past, right? It's finally time we use Little Thief again. Holy shit, we underutilized this master thing. You're looking into a case from the past, right? I just happen to have something that'll help with that.
Ah, you mean Mr. Thief?
Sure do. If you can give me the details on the incident, I can rustle up a little simulation for you.
Sadly, we don't have the files relating to the case.
Huh? How come?
Access to those files is restricted. They're top secret. I feel like you know enough to get us going, though. Really? Why? Beats me. Somebody must have thought, somebody must have something to hide. Even I've never seen them. Everything I know, I read in newspaper articles from the time. That's fine, just tell us what you can. Alright. Okay. The SS5 incident happened on a winter's day 12 years ago. February 10th, to be precise. Your police received a call directly from the kidnapper. I've got the president of Senpai. So he was kidnapped. Yeah, SS5 is the official designation of the president's kidnapping case. The kidnapper wanted $100 million.
$100 million? How much money even is that?
More than you can imagine, it seems. The last person to see the president that night was my father. They were together at the embassy of Senpai until midnight on the 10th. And nobody knows what happened with the president after that until he was kidnapped. Our government did everything they could to scrape together the money. They were desperate to save him. And in the end, they succeeded. The money was handed over, and the president came home safely.
So President Wong was head honcho even back then? Wow, go Mr. President.
No, that term limits, gang. Calm down. The length of time he stayed in power isn't even close to the most impressive thing about him. Agent Lang was clearly very fond of President Wing Wong. I assume the kidnapping was thoroughly investigated? It was. But the investigation was top secret, as was the trial. The trial? So a suspect was arrested? Yeah, none other than our friend Fifi Lagarde. What? What? Is that why you visited the prison? How is she a guard if she was... Wow. She was found not guilty then, wasn't she? Yeah. My father was in charge of the president's security at the time. But they held him responsible for the kidnapping and stripped him of his duties as presidential bodyguard. He stayed on the force, though, and he worked the case alone. Until eventually he found a suspect. Lagarde. And if he thought she did it, there's no way she was innocent. But they declared her not guilty, and the case went cold. My father couldn't take it. He was broken, mentally and physically. Finally, he quit the force altogether. So he had solid grounds to suspect Warden Lagarde. He must have had evidence. He wouldn't have charged her otherwise. But I've never been able to see the materials from the case. I'm sorry, but that's all I know.
What do we do, Mr. Edgeworth? This is useful information, but I don't think it's enough for a little thief to recreate the scene.
Is there really nothing we can do? What now? Who is it? Why? There's way too many characters here. The screen is too full. Go away. Looks like you could use a hand. Who's this now? Oh, hello. I don't know which one of you two spoke, but thank you. Francisca.
And Mr. Fender!
We finally wrapped things up over at the courthouse. So we thought we'd see what you kids are up to. Here. What's this? It says SS5 Instant Investigative Report. Hooray! When Fifi Lagarde mentioned an incident from 12 years ago earlier, I couldn't help but wonder. And I'm going to let you look at it now. I will shut up. Occurred on the 10th. President kidnapped ransom. President's President Embassy until midnight, confirmed by Daylong Lang. Goddamn. Dalong? Prosecutor in charge, Excelsius winner, of fucking course. Yep. That was not enough, but that's fair. So I decided to look into it. And this is what Interpol provided. Nice work, Franziska. Don't get the wrong idea, Miles Edgeworth. You're no longer a prosecutor. I didn't do this for you. I did it so that the colleague could solve his father's final case. I owe you, sis. But everything related to the SS5 incident was supposed to be top secret. Hi, Muffin. Yes, but that classification was applied by the prosecutor in charge of the case, Excelsius Winner. He was the prosecutor in charge? I just looked at that, but oh my goodness. Him again? Don't worry. Due to the outcome of this morning's case, he's been stripped of his authority. I don't know how he wasn't temporarily stripped of his authority earlier, but whatever. An outcome that was in no small part thanks to the efforts of his own son. Eustace. So in defeating his father, he made the old case file available to us. Sounds like we owe him. Prosecutor Eustace Winner is busy wrapping things up after the conclusion of the Lagarde trial. But he asked me to give you a message. Leave Dad and Lagarde to me. You focus on your case over there. Huh. He's even starting to sound like a prosecutor. Indeed he is.
All right! Now that we have the case file, I could create the scene no problem.
Excellent. Let's get started. According to the file, the incident occurred exactly where the plaza is now.
Then what are we waiting for? With me, everybody!
Goodbye, all you weird characters. All right, Kay. If you could set Mr. Thief in motion.
Sure! Looks like there's more than enough here to work with. Where do you want to start?
Good question. Let's see. Seems there was an eyewitness. Hello. A freelance journalist by the name of Alf Alldown. All fall down. God damn it. But apparently, he was killed by the culprit for witnessing the kidnapping. So this is where he saw it all happen, huh?
Here? As in the big building?
No, construction of the big building only began a year ago. That was fast construction. Jesus. Before that, it had been a piece of abandoned property. And before that... now we're getting to the stuff I know. 12 years ago, this place would have been... the happy family home. Wow, look at these. Very low detail children, bless them. Like for retired people? No, it was a place for children without parents. Call it an orphanage, gang. An orphanage, in other words. That's all you had to do. The president was kidnapped from an orphanage. Oh yeah, I'm ready. That's gonna be great. Yeah, and the place was run by Fifi Lagarde. It was? She called it her happy little home. So that's why she treated the prisoners kind of like children. As the proprietor of the institution, I suppose it's understandable that she came under suspicion. President Wong, Excelsius Winner, and Warden Lagarde. Surely the SS5 incident must be related to our current case. Kay, could you enter the data relating to the murder of Mr. Alldown? It seems sensible to assume that he was killed by whoever kidnapped the president.
Woo, I hit the mic. My bad. So if we solve the murder, we solve the kidnapping. Nice.
Ah, ring around the rosy. Ah, haha, I get it. All right, we're counting on you. Oh, they're gonna be orphans from that place then at one point or something. Hello. Damn. You okay, kid? I didn't realize you followed us. I thought you left. We're back at the set.
What the heck is this?
When did I grow to become so blasé towards people's reactions to Mr. Thief? It doesn't happen that often. I don't know how you've gotten used to it. What we're seeing here is the front yard of the orphanage as it was 12 years ago. At least as far as the police reports describe it.
Yeah, this is how it looked when they started investigating at 7 a.m. the morning after the murder.
And it seems it had been snowing. Yeah, from what I've heard, the footprints wound up being pretty important evidence. Snow fell in the daytime the previous day. In other words, before the incident occurred. Meaning that none of the relevant footprints would have been obscured by new snow. I think we'll need to pay these footprints some special attention. This looks like a snowman, but it's mostly melted.
Well, it's no wonder he's all slushy. He's wearing a hat and a scarf. He must have been all roasty toasty. Aw, and look at his cute little button eye. Just lying there.
He probably would have frozen back up again at dawn, you know. That's when it's usually coldest.
I don't think that would have helped much, Mr. Edgeworth. If a melted snowman froze again, it wouldn't turn back into a snowman. It would turn into an Iceman.
What? Is what I bet you wanted me to say, isn't it? Well, too bad. That's the dumbest thing ever. I didn't mean to click it again. Oops. Alright, footprints, hello. These footprints go toward the body and come back.
According to the case file, they're thought to be the killers. They're about a size 9. Pretty average, in other words. Seems the police weren't able to track down who the murderer was from them, though.
Oh. Flower. Oh, okay. All fall down. The man who witnessed the president's kidnapping. Sorry, I said it a little bit faster and it came out way smoother. I was like, oh, yep, there it is. But what exactly did he see?
I based this part of the recreation on one of the crime scene photos.
Seems he suffered a blow to the back of the head.
Yeah, from that brick right there. They figured it must have been taken from here in the yard.
Looks like the blood flowed from the head wound and spread over the surrounding area.
Here, a gift for you. This is Mr. Alldown's autopsy report.
Victim was struck on the head and died at around 1 a.m. on February 10th. I must scour the scene. We look at Flower, the thing I originally wanted to look at. Get it. Again, this was written by B Team. I'm not saying like because it was written by B Team that automatically is gonna make it bad. But I know that they just didn't have the leadership of the main writer, since he was busy with Phoenix Wright versus Professor Layton. So I'm sure the quality control might not have been as tight.
Somebody's dropped a yellow flower here. I think this one symbolizes, the desire to steal treasures.
Okay, you can't just make things up. What we can say is that it looks to be different from all the other flowers in the planter.
Huh? So what's it doing here?
What indeed? She examined the planters too.
I must be right. Somebody must have stolen it. It's a stolen treasure.
Okay. I will slap you.
I think this one might actually symbolize the growing anger of a former prosecutor.
Shut up, Kay. Hello, Evan. I hope it's good. I've always enjoyed the Little Thief segments just because, like, the idea of using Little Thief is fun. I wish they utilized it more. His cell phone must have belonged to the victim.
You're right! Huh. Yeah, it says here in the file that Mr. Alldown made a call while he was watching the kidnapping.
A call? To whom?
His girlfriend.
Oh, that's Leg. His girlfriend. Seems he called her when he saw the president was there. But she didn't pick up, so he left a message. That's in here too, if you want to hear it. Please. Hey, Rosie, it's me. I guess you're asleep already. Anyway, I'm here at the orphanage. Something weird's going on. President Wong is here for some reason. And there's another... Damn it, the light's out, so I can't quite see, but... It looked like he was being kidnapped? Anyway, probably nothing, but I thought I should let you know... Jesus. What were those sounds at the end? Him getting murdered, Edgeworth. He must have been attacked while he was still on the phone. Agent Lang, can I ask you something? Mr. Aldown's girlfriend. What was her name? Ringer. Rosie Ringer. At least that's what I've heard. Oh my god, they were dating. They were roommates. I don't know. A reporter, I guess, would kind of know, though. They'd be keeping an eye on all the foreign leaders that would visit, so that's probably how. Just as I thought.
Wait, you mean...
Her revenge... Oh, her revenge for what happened 12 years ago. I'm gonna just click through flashback. But yeah, they're... Oh my gosh. They're dating.
So she really was out for revenge on Chairman Winter, wasn't she?
Perhaps it was for his suppression of the kidnapping. Or perhaps it was because she thought he was one of the kidnappers. The kidnappers. I said that word weird. That was bad. So the victim was carrying a camera.
Oh yeah, according to the file, they recovered a picture. Yeah, here we are.
Oh my gosh. It's a detective. That's...
It's the president, right? Oh my god, who's clawed out the eye of the poor snowman?
And somebody's pointing a gun at him. Sorry, I was reading chat. This must be what Mr. Aldown witnessed.
So the person in the trench coat is the kidnapper?
Yes, I imagine they were trying to conceal their identity. But if Agent Lang's father's theory was correct, the person wearing that trench coat is Warden Lagarde.
How come they only found the one picture?
He probably wasn't able to take any more because he was attacked and thus murdered. This was the brick used in the murder.
There's stuff made of bricks all around the yard here. He probably took it from somewhere nearby, huh?
We will now look at victim. All fall down. Freelance journalist. Killed after witnessing the kidnapping of President Wong.
Even in the recreation, it's pretty gruesome, huh?
It's even worse than the actual crime scene photos. There's a lot of blood. Seems mostly to have come from the back of his head. As you can see, that area is completely caked.
Yeah, the autopsy report says that's where he was hit with the brick.
Indeed, I imagine his attacker must have snuck up on him from behind. Looks as if he's clutching something in his right hand.
Oh yeah, they mentioned that in the file somewhere. Let's see. According to this, it was a button.
A button? Torn from the attacker's clothing, perhaps? No, dum-dums, that's from the snowman. Yeah, I really think he recognized the president of Zhengfa just because he is a reporter. And they need to stay on top of that kind of shit just so that they can get scoops and do proper reporting. I guess it wants me to look at the planters individually? These planters. According to the case file, the yard stretched around three sides of the
Oh, that's okay. 3 sides of the orphanage. And there were 3 planters on each side.
Yes, planters arranged in a very particular pattern. One we've seen somewhere before.
Shame there aren't many flowers, but I guess it was the middle of winter.
Yes, but look at that one. It's bright yellow.
Weird. How come there's only one? Wait, it looks like somebody dropped it.
That's a lion lily, if I'm not very much mistaken. A rare member of the family... Oh god, Liliaceae? Liliaceae? I don't know. I'm pulling very strange knowledge from my ass right now. I'm... Then again, I could see Franziska doing like flower arranging as a hobby. A lion litter, you say?
Wait, didn't Judge Gavel give President Wong some lion lilies?
What is the same flower doing here? This can't be a coincidence, can it? I believe this particular cultivar is from Asia, where it's said to symbolize the bond between parent and child. I wasn't aware you were so knowledgeable when it came to flowers, Franziska. Huh, but I just told you it's common knowledge. Perhaps you just need to read a little more. No, that's not common knowledge, Franziska. No matter what you tell me.
Hey, this arch. We've seen it somewhere before, right?
Indeed, we have. It's the same one that stands over the entrance of the big building today.
But this is supposed to be how things looked 12 years ago. Was it there the whole time?
Oh, thank you. Seems the architects worked the old archway into the structure of the new building. The K voice is actually surprisingly difficult, but I do like doing it. I think it's just I'm so used to talking in a lower register that going high, my voice is just like, ah!
The future is simply the past reheated. I think I heard that somewhere.
And for once, it seems you might have remembered it correctly. I think that was supposed to be repeated. Did I read that wrong? Hold the fuck on. Shut up, Kay, for a second. No, I think you're both being weird now. Because isn't it the past, the future is just the past repeated? Oh, whatever.
But 12 years is a long time to reheat something for... If it was your lunch, it'd be ruined.
Oh my god, Kay. Alright, I do want to look at... Can I look at the snowman again? No? Well, I mean, I can, but... No, it doesn't care. Okay, cool. Shut up. That's not what I wanted. Go away, Kay. I wanted this. Hello, hello, Eva. I'm going to assume Eva the one. So, Eva? So that's where our monstrous hoofprints really were.
Wait, what?
Recall the arrangement of the prints. Now compare it to that of the planters.
Whoa!
Kay is so easily impressed. That's right. I believe the footprints are located exactly where our planters once stood.
So Chairman Winter was digging around the front of them?
I mean, technically that would explain the shape, but the planters aren't there anymore, so he didn't really have to do the shape. He just had to make a circle. I don't know. Ugh. That was so arbitrary. That's like, we need the footprints to look like monster footprints because we want a monster to be a red herring in this case. Yeah, we could just have them dig this shape. It's whatever. No one will notice. We all noticed. He was. And why might he have been doing that? We have a piece of evidence in our possession that answers exactly that question. That was the thing. That piece of evidence shows why Chairman Winner might have been digging in front of the planters. It was this one, right? Yep.
Take that!
Recall, if you will, the report that Warden Lagarde sent to Chairman Winner. In it, she mentioned something that had been laid to rest in front of a planter.
You think she was telling him where to dig?
No shit!
Wait, but why 3 holes?
Because the report didn't specify which of the planters she meant.
I get it. So she wasn't sure which one it was. Which meant he had to try and dig up all 3.
I imagine so, yes. Poor Chairman Winner.
But why go to all that trouble? What was he looking for?
I don't think I have anything more to logic. I probably have to look at, like, go talk to people now. Okay. Yeah, we'll talk to people in a second. Lang, I think I'm going to talk to you. You'd be the most important. What do you mean monsters are real? I do want Gordon to still be real despite case 4 of game 1. 3 planters covered with snow. Is anything the matter, Agent Lang? Yeah, something's not right. I wasn't able to look at the case file until now. Indeed, you have Chairman Winner to thank for that, it seems. Yeah, but what's weird is, I've seen this scene somewhere before. What? But where? Keep thinking I've got it, but then it's gone. He appears to be lost in his efforts to remember. Perhaps I should leave him alone for now. Just kidding, I'm not leaving you the fuck alone. President Wong changed after the SS5 incident. I mean, monstrous people, probably. I can see that being the real monster is man. I guess he felt his trust had been betrayed. I can understand that. But to cut ties with my family completely, after how close we've been for all those years, my father was desperate to make amends. To get just one chance to say sorry. No matter how many times he tried to get an audience with the president, he couldn't. He couldn't even convince them to take a letter to him. One time, he came home covered in bruises. Who knows from where? A bodyguard, maybe? Sorry, there's no point making you sit through old stories that won't change anything anyway. I'll be the judge of that. As warm and fuzzy as ever, I see. Not that I expected any different. Good. Don't clarify. I do want to find out. That case ruined my father and my family too. People who failed to keep the president safe. That's all we were after that. He threw himself heart and soul into that investigation. He became obsessed, in other words. Hardly the best state of mind in which to undertake an inquiry. Wow, you really don't pull your punches, huh? Look, just don't go thinking I'm only doing this because of my dad, okay? I'm going to think that, Lang. You can't change my mind. That investigation was solid. His work was meticulous, and it was accurate. It always was. He interviewed every single one of those kids, and he made sure they told him everything. I wonder if he learned anything of value. Okay, I guess not. The blood is his. I want to, like, present the button on the thing. Why would he have stolen that button? Yeah, that button had to have been placed into his hands. Honestly. Okay, you know what? Yeah, we'll ask you about it. Whatever. Tell me. I don't know. Okay, I'm sorry. Jesus. Bye. You're useless to me. See you later. Why are you two here? What is your purpose? I have yet to find where the brick came from. Can't examine there. Can't examine there. Can't examine these, but I don't see them being of any use. I thought they... Oh, there's like... Oh, hold on. Okay. Thank you. These footprints stop by the body.
I guess that means they belong to Mr. Alldown, right? His feet were pretty big. What's that, about a size 12? According to the file, they were the same size as his shoes. It's a match.
Okay, cool. So those were all down, and then someone walk up, smack it, and then walked away. Cool. Sure, I'll look at this. Why not?
An igloo shaped like a bear. The perfect balance of cuteness and scariness. I guess you could call it a bigloo.
It is quite large. You could probably fit in as many as 3 people inside of it.
Yeah, and they could live in there for 3 whole years.
3 years? And what about the summer? Wouldn't the big igloo melt? I love that you almost said it.
Again! Say it again, Mr. Edgeworth, please! One more time!
Wouldn't the igloo melt?
Ah, you're no fun.
You know what? I'm going to talk to you about the flowers, maybe. Maybe. Nope, that is nothing I actually care about right now. Franziska? friend? Hello? Oh, it's just a snowman. Okay. There's more to look at the body. It didn't have a check mark on it. Okay, I'll go double check after this. How dare you, Scruffy! Don't you dare tell anybody! I'll just deny it anyway. Mr. Edgeworth, you gotta help me out here, sir! What's the matter, detective? It's about the SS5 incident! What else? I know Chairman Winter isn't in charge anymore and all, but a top-secret file being available to us so quickly after its removal? Something seems off. So that got me to thinking, and I put in a call, and they told me that, well, that Miss Von Karma went to some pretty extreme lengths to get that file released. Curse you, Scruffy! I deny everything! Sounds like you went to a lot of trouble for our sake, Franziska. Don't worry, your efforts won't be for nothing. I'll solve this case, you'll see. Alright, back to the body. Hello. Nope, there's nothing else here. Alright, come here, guide. Come here, guide. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Oh. I thought this was moss. There are burn marks on this pillar here.
The report says there was a fire sometime on the evening of the incident.
A fire?
Let's see, where was it again? Oh yeah, one of the orphans set a fire with some kerosene. Some sort of prank, probably.
Holy shit, well, who let the kid get kerosene? They sound like a lively bunch. Possibly too lively. Seems their antics spoiled our chances of finding any footprints near the entrance of the building. My god. I think that's about all we can learn from the scene for now.
Alright, how about I try to show you how things looked earlier on that night?
That would be very much appreciated. Could you take us back to the moment at which the victim witnessed the kidnapping?
Sure, I'll use the photograph you took. Here goes nothing.
You know what? Thinking about Miss Lagarde, it's not that odd. Oh, hi, sir or madam. There's Mr. Old down in the middle of the planters.
And there's the president and his kidnapper out by the road.
My father based his investigation on the evidence all down provided. That was why he thought the kidnapping and the orphanage were connected somehow. And how he wound up suspecting Fifi Lagarde. She was the one running the orphanage at the time. Exactly. But when the case went to trial, Excelsius Winter put a big hole in that theory. He did. Yeah. After all, the president and the kidnapper weren't actually on the grounds of the orphanage. That doesn't mean anything. They're right there still. So it was hard to conclusively prove any kind of connection. Just because it happens on the sidewalk in front of my apartment doesn't mean it didn't happen at my apartment.
Huh? So they were never seen inside the gates of the orphanage?
Detectives bust a gut to find evidence on the scene. And then prosecutors come along and twist it for their own ends. Winter and Lagarde were working together. They had some kind of deal. I'm sure of it.
So you're saying that Chairman Winter was working with the kidnapper?
If Lagarde is the kidnapper, we do need to still establish that. Your father was convinced that Lagarde was the culprit, correct? And you say he was a gifted and thorough investigator. And he must have had more to support his theory than just Mr. Aldown's message, surely. Yeah, he must have. I just don't know what it was. It wasn't exactly a case he liked talking about. Agent Lang's father, Daylong Lang. Trusted ally and confidant of President Wang. He discovered truths that were subsequently suppressed by Chairman Winter. Our first priority should be to find out what they were. Oh, okay. Now to examine this shit. Oh, first snowman. Because I know there's some weird shit there. Hello. This has been... didn't have anything to do with it. If a crime happened near your apartment, are you a suspect? Honestly, I could be. If, like, it depends on, like, you know, other evidence, like the footprints, but yeah. Or did the crime coincidentally happen near it and you have nothing to do with it? That's the thing. That's part of the investigation. I would be interviewed for sure.
Hey, that snowman. It was melted in the simulation of the morning after the murder, huh? And that muffler was all wet, and its little button eyes had fallen off.
Indeed. It still looked reasonably healthy at this point. Although not entirely. I can see one thing with that's missing.
Oh, poor guy. I bet some kid took it as a stupid prank. Not a bad piece of thieving, though. Maybe it had potential.
Okay, no, you're a bad judge of this. You think one of the orphans took it? I'm not so sure. In fact, I think it was grabbed by somebody else entirely. Yes, it is. Where's that button? No, come here, button. This snowman is missing a certain something, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, his right eye.
Indeed. Luckily, we've managed to locate it.
The button Mr. Aldown was holding? Look at that! It's the same type of button as the other eye and everything!
And if we suppose that the button was indeed the snowman's missing eye, that presents something of a contradiction. What does the button contradict? The victim's location, I would say. The victim was clutching the button, and the button was covered with his blood, which means he must have grabbed it after being attacked. Let's try a little hypothetical, shall we? Oop. What if, after being struck, Mr. Aldown lost his balance and reached out to grab something to steady himself? A snowman. The snowman wouldn't have supported him, so he would have grasped the button and continued falling. The whole kidnapping was a farce!
I get it! So you're saying that he was near the snowman when he was attacked?
I am. Within arm's reach, to be precise. And he's currently nowhere near that close.
Right! But his footprints only go as far as the planter. He never came back this way.
What if they weren't his footprints? I think we need to look at all the prints again.
All right, I'll take us back to the scene when Mr. Aldown's body was found. Boopy boopy boo. But the footprints on the left definitely matched up with Mr. Aldown's shoes, right? So what's the deal?
Let's take another look at and see if we can figure it out. Hello. Can we really be sure that these are Mr. Aldown's footprints?
Well, they're the same size, a 12, which is pretty big. And the prints match his shoes.
His shoes! Hold on. Where is it? That's not what I want. Oh yeah, those shoes are way too big for his feet. How did no one... Wow.
They also go straight to the middle of the planters where his body was found.
But as we've established, when he was attacked, he fell and grabbed the button from the snowman.
Well, being a great thief, I know a few contortionist tricks, but that would be way beyond even me. Some average Joe stretching his arms that far? Basically impossible.
A human can't do that. I think we could be reasonably certain that the prints were made by the shoes the victim was wearing. But can we be certain that they were actually the victim's shoes? Perhaps we should take another look at them. Hello. These shoes, as the case file says, they match the footprints, but... Huh, these aren't the victim's shoes. I'm sure of it.
What do you mean?
Look at how the laces are tied. Don't they look a little strange to you? That is not what I was worried about. What's more, they don't appear to fit properly. That's the first thing I would see, Edgeworth. They appear to have been placed on his feet by the culprit. Yep. Let me look at him. Let me look at him. Thank you. I can't look at him.
So these prints, they go right up to where the victim was found and they stop right by his feet.
But they didn't actually belong to him.
So are the prints by his head his? The ones that lead away and come back?
No, I don't think so. They're too small.
So neither set belongs to him. Then how did he get here?
That's easy enough. He didn't walk. He was carried by the killer. So then where did the murder take place? Was it really over by the snowman as we suspect? How did they clean up the blood? Did they knock him out and then murder him after they moved him? How do I swap again? I think I just talk to Kay. Yep. Yes. Thank you. Why is the blood there? Mr. Aldown took his picture of the president's kidnapping from here.
And then called Rosie Ringer.
By which point his killer must have already been approaching from behind.
With a brick in their hand, ready to strike.
I was more concerned about the blood that's just kind of still here, Kay. But okay. These planters.
According to the case file, the yard stretched around 3 sides of the...
I think I've read this. The orphanage, and there were 3 planters on each side, yeah. These planters are arranged in a very particular pattern, blah, blah, blah. Thank you very much. Oh man, why aren't you letting me fast forward this game? This case is long. And it won't let me shut them up. Ah! Alright, I'm gonna go look more at the president. Thank you. So this is how things looked right before the president was presumably led away at gunpoint.
He seems super strong, but he still wasn't a match for a gun, huh?
Indeed, Mr. Aldown captured this little scene on camera from over by the planters. But if he did, then how?
How could he have grabbed the button off of the snowman if he was all the way over there?
Precisely. I think we need to look at the situation again at a different point in time. Oh, we do? Okay. I really wanted to look at these two some more. Okay. Okay. Alright, Gay. Take it away. And this game is full of long cases, so this one being the longest is like, oh no. Let's look at the snowman again, I guess. I think Mr. Aldown's body was moved. How else do we explain the button clutched in his hand? And that would suggest that he was killed somewhere near the snowman. Better take a closer look. Alrighty. Snowman first, I guess.
Poor snowman. He's not looking good.
Can't be helped. Snow and ice eventually melt. That's just how it is.
So do mysteries. All we have to do is wait. The snowman of the case will melt into the clear water of truth.
All you have to do is wait, Kay. I have to work to solve those mysteries. You... Oh, there's... Oh, the brick came from here.
Huh? Look, there's a brick missing here.
The rest of the brickwork looks fine. Strange that there's just this one is missing. Logic time. The 5th longest. What is longer than this one? I've played the others, but I've never I mean, okay. I've only played Spirit of Justice and, shit. The other 3DS one. The one that introduced Athena. I've only played those once. So my memories of those cases' lengths are lost to me. I guess the Great Ace Attorney has some pretty damn long cases. But I've never... And I'm... Okay. The Gant case is pretty damn long. I've never felt the length with the rest of the original trilogy. Weirdly enough. Seems quite likely that the missing brick was the one used in the murder, wouldn't you say? Hello, Neptune. I think that's this one, honestly.
Oh yeah, now that you mention it, they're the exact same shape and size.
The body was moved. Brick by the snowman. Whee. Yay. Oh, is it? Oh, shit. Oh, I think it must be the last one in that one. That was decently long from my memory, but it's been so long. I'm going to get to that one eventually. But it's going to be a hot minute until I get to Spirit of Justice. I think we have to conclude that the murder actually happened over by the snowman.
Right, the button came from there. And the brick too.
Indeed. And what's more, if the murderer took the brick from right by the snowman, and then tried to sneak up on the victim all the way over by the planters.
Mr. Aldown would have seen them right away.
Exactly. I think we need to update the simulation, okay? Mr. Aldown wasn't standing by the planters. He was next to the snowman.
Gotcha. All right, here goes.
Huh. This is just a mess.
Yeah, no matter how you look at it, this just doesn't work, huh?
Indeed. Everybody who was present is in exactly the same spot.
So, where did we go wrong?
The photo was fucking staged. One of the pieces of evidence on which we based our simulation must be the source of the problem. What if one of them was faked somehow? But which one was it? It was definitely this thing.
Take that!
Can we really be certain that this picture was taken by Mr. Aldown? 9 hours using autoplay, Jesus.
Huh? What do you mean?
We know that whoever killed him moved his body. But why would they have done that? What if they wanted to make it seem like he saw something he didn't?
Then they took the photo to help back up the lie?
They had the president at gunpoint. They could easily have forced him to pose for the picture. He would have had no choice but to comply.
Hey, now that you mention it, they only recovered one picture from Mr. Aldown's camera, right?
Indeed. I imagine his killer probably removed the film that was already in there, then replaced it with another, thereby ensuring that the only picture found was the one they staged.
Yeah, that makes total sense. So this picture was actually taken after Mr. Aldown was killed. No way.
And there you have it. The picture doesn't show what Mr. Aldown saw at all. It seems highly likely it was simply staged to make us believe that was the case.
Wait, so where was the president when Mr. Aldown thought he was being kidnapped?
Luckily, the photograph isn't the only piece of evidence we can use to try to figure that out.
Well, yeah, he left that voicemail too.
He did. I think we should listen back to it one more time, don't you? This is surely the only place where the president and his kidnapper would have been standing. Oh, you're gonna take that away from me? Okay. I wanna say...
Take that!
I think it's there? No, it's not. You didn't let me look at the thing! Something weird's going on. It's here for some reason. There's another... Damn it, the light's out, so I can't quite see. Okay. It's near a light, then. Oh, no? There it is, okay. That was
Take that!
Call this statement from Mr. Aldown's voicemail. Damn it, the light's out. Fuck. 2 of the lights here in the yard are broken.
Yeah, he must have been talking about the one over by the building.
Yeah. This is actually really cool. This is really good use of Little Thief. This is the kind of shit I like to see, is them doing this, like, contradiction deduction game. Again, I just wish it happened more, because this stuff is good. All right, could you update the simulation to reflect everything we've learned?
Sure. Boopy boopy boop.
And there we have it. The kidnapper was really standing over by the building. Yes, which would certainly have strengthened the theory that they were connected to the orphanage. So they moved the body and staged the photograph to distort the picture painted by the voiceman. Which helped them undermine the idea that the orphanage was involved when the case went to trial. Yes, I agree. 1,000,000%. I was so confused when we didn't. Like, let me just borrow this from Kay's stuff. Also, when she was kidnapped, I would have stolen Little Thief right then and there. Honestly. That shit is useful. Or just like, if I was, you know, the enemy of Edgeworth, I'd want that shit out of his hands. Well, that certainly changes what this particular part of the simulation tells us. I imagine it will also affect our understanding of the scene from when the body was found.
Only one way to find out. Ready to make the jump?
To switch between the two recreations, I need... Yes, I'm good. I remembered how to do it earlier. Thank you! Actually, no, I want to look at it first, and then I'll do the thing. Thank you.
So this is where Mr. Alldown actually saw the president and his kidnapper.
Yes, which pretty clearly suggests a link between the kidnapping and the orphanage. I can see why so much trouble was taken to suggest that it happened elsewhere.
Yeah, they pulled some really dirty tricks there. Taking a photo like that? That's just cheating!
Not to mention disposing of Mr. Alldown's camera film and forcing the president to pose at gunpoint. They must have put in some new film, then staged the photo immediately afterward.
And if Chairman Winter was involved, he would have changed or hidden or other evidence as well.
Certainly doesn't help that the SS5 case file was classified until just recently.
Yeah, but he's behind bars now, and the truth is coming out at last!
Indeed, although much still remains unclear. We need to look very closely at the differences between this and the previous simulations. Okay, now I'll swap. I just wanted to make sure nothing new popped up before I swapped. Sometimes they do that, and it's rude. Hello. You're the difference. Hi, how are you, sir? So this is where Mr. Alldown really met his fate. He was moved in order to make the scene consist with the staged photograph. Over to the spot between the planters.
So the footprints! The fact that they go over there and come back!
Yes, I think that tells us something important. That they were left by whoever carried him over there. Okay. And that means, do we know what the fuck this is then? Blood on the snow. A lot of it.
Certainly looks as if a murder occurred here, doesn't it?
Oh, that's Edgeworth. Haha.
Wait, but if we just figured out that Mr. Alldown was killed over by the snowman, right?
We did. I think this blood might belong to somebody else.
What? But the police report said the blood was Mr. Alldown's. I clicked the button. I'm sorry.
Need I remind you that the case was overseen by Chairman Winner? The man would have had no scrupulous. I don't think that's how that word is normally used, but sure, scrupulous about altering the official record over something this small.
But then, why go to all that trouble? Couldn't he have just cleaned up the blood instead?
He wasn't able to. Think about it. He knew that this is where the police would find Mr. Alldown's body. And he knew that the police would have certain scientific methods at their disposal to look for clues.
Oh, you mean luminol. Yeah, they would have found traces of blood if they used that for sure.
Exactly. He wouldn't have been able to clean it up to the point where it was undetectable. Far easier to falsify the results of any such tests when they came back in. It would simply have been a matter of replacing the official results with a doctored copy.
Yeesh, so we've been looking at a forgery this whole time? This sucks. Wait, but it says Mr. Alldown's clothes were covered with blood too.
It does. And if they were, which seems entirely believable, it suggests that whoever's blood this is wasn't yet dry when Mr. Alldown's body was placed here.
I get it. Which means that the other person's blood was spilt not long before Mr. Alldown was killed.
I think it does, yes. But if that's the case, doesn't that present something of a contradiction? and I deduce something from the blood. Was he looking for a dead body? Let's see. I know I'm supposed to deduce something. But that's a falsified document now. I guess that's the only thing I could think of because of how there's this cutoff here. And it did just randomly make this evidence for me, so. There's a clear contradiction here. Is there? I don't think it's that clear, but sure.
Huh? In the bloodstain?
The blood is clearly cut off where the snow was melted by the fire, which means the blood in question was spilled before the fire was started. Oh.
But the fire happened before the murder, no?
If we choose to believe the case file, yes, but if the fire was actually set after what happened here, the kid who lit it might have seen something. And why isn't there a witness statement? Because that would have challenged Chairman Winner's version of events. We need to know more about this fire. You! I'm ordering you around now. I know I wasn't supposed to, but it's fine. Yes, Shifu? The fire might have been reported to the police, which means there might be a record of it. Go see if they have anything, and bring everything you find back here right away. Understood, Shifu. I'll get right on it. One more thing. Get yourself a coffee. Where is it, Shifu? Contact my family back in Zingfa. Tell them to search my father's office. There should be something there related to the case. There should? What kind of something exactly? I told you I'd seen this scene somewhere before, didn't I? Well, I remembered where. It was in my father's office. He had a picture of it. Or at least of something very much like it. What? It looked like it was drawn by a child. Possibly a child from the orphanage. Possibly even the child who set the fire. It should still be there somewhere. Tell them to send it right away. Airmail that shit. Yes, Shifu! Goodbye! Oh, okay. I guess we have to wait now. What? I feel like I'm at a dead end in that part. Hold on. What am I missing? Is it a deduction thing? Do I need to go talk to some people? I can still look at you? Did I miss something? I didn't think so. Okay, hold on. I missed something tiny. I'm sure of it, so I'm just gonna quickly check this guide and find it. Button, button, da 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 da, hold on, da blah blah blah. Okay, we've talked to Lang fully. I'm pretty sure, yeah. Okay, the guy's not telling me. That's funny. I'll try this. Holy shit. That did not... I feel like I was missing one, like, something else to connect to the other thing before I could... Wow. Chairman Winner was involved in President Wong's abduction, then it seems likely that whatever he dug up yesterday had something to do with the kidnapping.
I get it.
You do?
You bet I do. We're talking treasure, right? Loot. He must have been digging up the ransom money.
The ransom money? $100 million is an awful lot of cash. Burying it would have been a good way to keep it hidden until the heat died down. It certainly seems like a possibility.
Glad you agree.
There we go. Hooray. Yeah, I really thought there was like one more thing I needed for the logic before those two would go together, but... Oh, the logic system is great. Oh. I guess I gave you enough time to do your thing. Shifu, I'm back. I brought everything the police had on the fire, and I also brought the picture from your father's office. Oh, and more about time. What kept you, huh? The dumb player forgetting mechanics. We'll hand it over. Let's take a look at this mysterious picture, shall we? The fuck? This is it. This is the picture I remember. Could this be a depiction of something that happened on the night of the incident?
Sure looks like a kid drew it, huh?
Yes, and I'm willing to bet it's the work of the child who set the fire. Siri, shut up. Yay, rebuttals. My favorite. Shifu, there's... What now? Look, it'll have to wait, okay? Well, Mr. No, you should listen to your subordinate, Lang. Why do you think my father kept this? I imagine he acquired it at some point during his investigation, although I have no idea why he would have chosen to keep it to himself. Could we see the case file for the fire, too? Sure, here. If you'll just give me a moment to read through it. Seems the boy who started the fire snuck out of bed on the evening of the incident, and then disappeared several days later. What? Must have been because he saw something, right?
No, a kid? Really? That's horrible.
Sadly, not unimaginable. That's fucked up. Huh? Looks like the kid left something behind that was put into evidence. Huh? What's this? But what's it doing in that case file? What is it, Mr. Prosecutor? Have you seen this somewhere before? Honestly, possible, Eva. Really possible. Something very much like it, yes. We have a piece of evidence that could well be connected. It's this evidence over here. Where are you? There you are.
Take that!
I don't know what it was doing in the evidence for that case, but it looks like that might be the missing horn from this soft toy. Hey, that was President Wong's! You've seen it before? Of course. He always kept it somewhere close by. I remember it because of the missing piece. I see. It has a special device inside that plays recorded sound when you twist the horn.
Hey, do you think maybe putting the horn back on might unlock more recordings?
Huh, you never know. The toy itself should still be up on the 51st floor. Up we go, I guess. Hey, you heard the man! Yes, Shifu, I'll go fetch it right away. I'll tell you that info that's important later, I guess. Here it is, Shifu. The Taurosaurus doll, just like you asked. Good work. Hand it to the prosecutor over there. I don't want to touch evidence. Filthy shit. Well, does the horn found at the orphanage fit the president's plushie? It does indeed.
It fits perfectly!
And? Any more recordings on there? Hi, Dijun. Sorry. President Wong. It's me, Amelie? I know it's been a while. I saw on the news that you were visiting the country soon. And I didn't know whether I should get in touch at all, but in the end I decided I had to. Turn it off! Right now! What's gotten into Judge Gavel?
Are you okay?
Just turn it off, please! God, I hate that sprite. You see, I had a baby. A beautiful little boy. Your beautiful little boy. Oh my gosh! President Love Child! I'm sorry, that's pretty much all I wanted to tell you. Oh, except I called him Sean. Sean Fenn. Has a nice ring to it, don't you think? No! Sean Fenn? The kid? And also that I'll be at the orphanage on the evening of the 9th. I'll be waiting in the front yard. I thought you could meet him if you like. Even if it's only just this once. I know you're a very busy man, but anyway, that's where we'll be. Goodbye.
What? He was my dad?
I'm so sorry, Sean. Care to explain what the heck is going on, Gavel? Sean isn't my biological son. I adopted him. And he was aware of this? Yes, of course. His mother, Amelie Fenn. She died 5 years ago. We were cousins. But we were also friends. The best of friends. People often mistook us for sisters. And so, when she died, it seemed only natural that Sean should come and live with me. Of course, we had to keep his father's identity secret. And I decided that the best way to do that would be for him to never know it in the first place. That's quite a lot to learn from a recording made on a seemingly innocent toy. I guess Sean's mother must have recorded the message and then sent the plushie to the president. Hey. Yes, Sean? You're sure? He was really my dad? Yes, I'm sure. Before you were born, your mother worked for a time as a diplomat in Senpai. Makes sense. That line of work might as well have brought her... I can read! That line of work might well have brought her into contact with the president.
What? You told me she worked at the orphanage!
She did, but only after she returned. After she quit the diplomatic service. She always loved helping others. The orphanage was perfect for her. Yeah, it's true.
Not so fast!
Sorry, Judge Gavel, but I have to ask. Amelie, the lady who asked the president to come. Why didn't she show up herself? Why isn't she anywhere in the files related to the SS5 incident? She never made it to the rendezvous that night. Someone was tailing her. I'll bet that was Chairman Winner's doing. Though sadly, we can't prove it. And because she couldn't make it, she never saw the president again. Then she died 5 years ago. This can't be easy for Sean.
Hey, Sean? Are you thirsty? We could go get a soda. My treat, okay? Come on, I think I saw a vending machine over...
You think I can't buy myself a soda? This is important, and it's about me. I'm staying.
Oh, that didn't work at all.
Good try, Kay. Good try. Sean, perhaps now you can guess why I met with the president 2 nights ago. So that's it. That was the big secret. I wanted to tell him face to face that Amelie was gone. But also that you were alive and well. More than well.
But I...
Makes sense now. No wonder Judge Gavel was so keen to avoid sharing the details of their meeting.
Itchy nose, oh my gosh. Hold on.
There we go.
Yeah, she would have had to share the truth about Sean, too.
That was why I took the lion lilies with me. So there would be no doubt that I knew Amelie, and that I knew her well. And these flowers bore a special significance for the two of them, you see. President Wong gave Amelie a bouquet of lion lilies in the early days of their romance. But now, he too is dead. If only he had lived, Sean might finally have been able to get to know him.
I didn't want to know the old bastard.
Shifu, I've been waiting for the right time to say this, but... What? What is it? You've been hovering there this whole time. Can it wait? They sent something else from Zhang Fa. President Wong's will. What? The president's will, huh? Yep, wait, this is the past. I'm not reading it. I'm gonna try and go. Especially since, holy shit, we've been doing this one part for 3 hours almost. What is this? I just started skipping without meaning to. Hold on. Yeah, I didn't miss much. What is it, Agent Lang? Does it have anything to do with our curtain case? You could say that. Seems he was planning on publicly acknowledging Sean as his son. Sean's name appears in the president's will? And we're certain that the document is authentic? And President Wong wrote it himself? Sure we are. It's old, but it's real. My family took charge of it back before the SS5 incident happened. They'll want to analyze it back home to be sure, but I'd stake my name on it being the genuine article. How can it be the will that was entrusted to your family before the SS5 incident if he didn't know Sean existed before the SS5 incident, really? Like, yeah, he had maybe some time, but not a lot. Wong was a renowned world leader. A child nobody knew about would have been sure to cause a stir. And yet he chose to mention the child in his will nonetheless. Well, that's that, I guess. Still can't quite believe it. But the president's confirmed it with his own hand. There's no denying it, Sean. You're President Wong's son. I don't know why we're shocked. It felt very precise with Gavel's testimony, but whatever. Sean! Oh, did he run? Oh, he's running. Sean! Oh, there we go. There's the to be continued. Jesus. Oh my gosh. Okay. I have a feeling I will not get to the end of this case because I have to wrap up in 2 hours seeing the track record so far. Sean? He was my dad? It can't have been easy learning the truth about his father's identity so unexpectedly. And too late to ever get to know him. You know how hard I tried to find him? Sean. I get it. He was the president. He had a lot more to think about than just me. But he was right there in front of me. Right there on the set. So why? Why didn't he just say something? Why didn't he tell me who he was? I'm sorry, Sean. I'm so sorry. It's not your fault, Mom. It's mine. If I hadn't broken my promise to you, that fire would never have happened. He wouldn't have... I've ruined everything. Everything. It's all my fault. I even ruined your flowers. Sean! Please, you mustn't blame yourself. Just try to be here with me. Just for a little while. The bond between parent and child is symbolized by the lion lily. I'm no expert, but it's native to Zhangfa, so I know that much at least. Sadly, we don't have the luxury of dwelling on such things just now. I know it might seem insensitive, Ancient Lang, but sentimentality won't help us here. We need to focus on what we can do about the case before us. You're right. I believe we've learned all we need to about what happened back then for now. How did it all line up with your father's theories about the case? I wouldn't know. He took those guys to the grave with him. He never shared his thoughts with anybody. There's no way of knowing now what he figured out. What about your own thoughts? Are you feeling any more positive in light of what? Oh, are you feeling any more positive in light of what we've learned from Kay's reconstruction? Are we any closer to learning what really happened 12 years ago? You know, I think we might be. My father's footsteps are starting to become clear. Now all we need to do is follow them. All the way to the truth. Now you care about the truth, now that you know Sean's your favorite president's kid. The president went to the orphanage that night. That much we know for sure. The Taurosaurus toy proves it. Yeah, this is a little, like, man, just kids. And Ace Attorney handles, like, the tragedy of children in crime very well. Taurosaurus toy proves it. He must have gone there to meet with Amelie Fenn. Except he was kidnapped, and Alldown happened to see it. If Alldown hadn't been there, there wouldn't have been a murder, just a kidnapping. Instead, they had to move his body to the planters and stage that photo to throw everybody off the scent. So that's our current theory, is it? But there's something I still don't understand. There is. This. Why risk staging the picture? They would have had to force the president to play along. What if he hadn't? It's a good question. And we may be close to discovering the answer. Let me try that again. And we may be closer to discovering the answer than we think. We'll just have to get there one deduction at a time. Yeah, I guess we will. All right, deduce away. Erase away. Man, I miss the Phoenix Wright musical project from way back in the day. Triforce Bun wrote some good shit. But there was a possible murder.
Objection!
You're saying there would have been no murder if Mr. Alldown hadn't witnessed the kidnapping? But is that really the case? Why wouldn't it be? Their main aim was to abduct the president, right? So if there hadn't been a witness present, they wouldn't have needed to murder anybody. And yet it remains possible that Mr. Alldown wasn't the only person killed that night. There was a large pool of blood between the planters, but Mr. Alldown was murdered over by the snowman. It can't have belonged to him. What if all that blood by the planters belonged to somebody else? Have a good night, Eva. Thank you for joining me. Come on, Mr. Prosecutor. You do realize what you're saying, don't you? I do. It's hard to believe. I'll be the first to admit it. But it's what the evidence suggests. Not just one person was killed here 12 years ago, but two. You're saying they covered up a whole separate murder? But whose? Who else was killed that night? Whoever covered up this other homicide did so very skillfully indeed. They even seem to have been able to avoid it being mentioned in the files. But they didn't quite get rid of everything. We have a piece of evidence from 12 years ago that they never managed to erase. This clearly shows that something else happened that night. It's your evidence, dude! Celsius Winner tried to shroud the existence of the other murder in darkness. But there was one piece of evidence he wasn't able to suppress. Thanks to the efforts of your father, Agent Lang. My father? Cast your mind back, if you will. Something else was hidden along with the other evidence from the crime scene. The existence of the child who set the fire in front of the orphanage. But why would Chairman Winner wish to erase him from the record? Because he saw something he should not have. That's why.
He did? What was it?
It's right here in this picture. Picture my father kept. I think we can all agree that that's the president on the right-hand side. And that's the Taurosaurus toy in his hand. But who's that standing across from him? Where is he? Where are you, Bohida Hima Hadaharma?
Take that!
Eastern robes and a black dog. That could only be Bodhidharma Canis.
What? The creepy assassin guy?
And what would a hired killer be doing in the presence of a president? I can think of only one thing. That's right, it wasn't a kidnapping that occurred here 12 years ago. It was an assassination. Oh my god, was this second president not the real president? He was a fake? And the real president was already dead? Yeah! Jesus, that picture of Winner. Oh my god.
And Warren the Guard and Chairman Winter were...
Yes, I think they were complicit. More than complicit, in fact. One provided the venue for the killing, and the other suppressed the testimony of the child who witnessed it. Mr. Aldown was murdered because what he witnessed was actually an assassination, and not the kidnapping he thought it would be at all. Do you think I'm an idiot? How could the president have died 12 years ago? We only found his body this morning. He was alive and well until just recently.
Yeah, we even met him.
Indeed. So we have a president killed 12 years ago and a president killed in the last 48 hours. 2 presidents, in other words.
Right, which is completely impossible.
Or is it? I think it's entirely possible for there to be 2 presidents. In fact, that would explain a lot. Yeah, he said he acted weird after SS5, so, and that would make sense. He wouldn't keep his closest bodyguard with him if he could easily see through the body double. Brr, 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 brr. Entirely unlike the man we met. It really did seem as if they were 2 completely different people. But how could one country have 2 presidents? What could explain a situation like that? This is how it was possible for there to be 2 presidents. It would have been interesting if it was twins, honestly. One of the 2 was a body double. Tell me that doesn't make sense. A body double? President Wong was a man of great power and influence in Senpai, a figure on the world stage. There must have been countless attempts on his life over the years, such as the one at Gourd Lake only a few days ago. It's true, there were more than a few assassination attempts. But that doesn't mean I'm about to accept that there was more than one president. Not without proof. Do you have any proof that there was more than one president? I'm sure we do. I mean, the mysterious bloodstains what telling me. No, the picture maybe? Hold on. Oh, the file?
Take that!
All right then. I don't think he's noticed the contradiction staring him in the face. Or is he just unable to accept it? What's the matter, Mr. Prosecutor? You're pretty quiet all of a sudden. In Amelie Fenn's recording, she asked the president to be at the orphanage at midnight. But it shouldn't have been possible for him to be there at that time.
Huh? How come?
Because he was supposedly still at the embassy. With your father, Agent Lang. So he had noticed. The only way he could have been in 2 places at once is if there were 2 of him. Ooh! Yeah, that was a terrible woo. My bad. I did not prep my body for that. So the real president, that was the one who died 12 years ago? I think it might have been. But why? And who? Who would have hired Candace to murder the president? In order to figure that out, we'll need to look again at the piece of evidence we recently discovered was a fake. Fake evidence. What was it again? It was the photo from Aldoon. Hello.
Take that!
The picture taken with Mr. Aldoon's camera was staged sometime after his murder. Mr. Aldoon was murdered because he witnessed the president's assassination. Aldown, excuse me. I don't know why he became Aldoon. I want to play Apollo Justice, apparently. In other words, the photograph too must have been taken after the real president's death. So who was the president in the staged photograph? The body double. Nothing else makes sense. I believe the president's double had him killed so that he would take his place permanently. And Excelsius Winner and Fifi Lagarde helped him do it. Wait! You don't even have a body to support your theory! Are you telling me it magically disappeared? No. In fact, we know exactly where it wound up. The president's body was here the whole time.
Take that!
Chairman Winner dug something up last night. Something he couldn't trust anybody else to retrieve. We thought it might have been the ransom money, but it was actually something even more important.
Wait, you mean...
That's right. The real president's body. I think it's highly likely anyway. What?! The body may have decomposed in the intervening years, but the bones would surely have remained. Mr. Powers informed us that construction is due to start here sometime soon. Everything had to be wrapped up before then. The shooting of the movie, and the recovery of the president's remains.
Yeah, I guess once they start digging the place up, they would have found them pretty quick, huh?
Agent Lang, we need to have this so-called monster footprints analyzed again. Yeah, I guess we do. If there was a body under one of them, there should be trace evidence to confirm it. Hey, get somebody from forensics! God, that's crazy. Sir, presenting the findings of our analysis, sir. Traces of human remains were found in the dirt, along with other signs of a body having been buried. So it really was him. Bones were also recovered from the home of Celsius Winner. Oh my god. They were in a bag right the fuck next to his son. Jesus Christ. The physique looks to be about right, and dental and medical records are a match. It's him, no doubt about it. So as suspected, the real President Wong was killed 12 years ago, and the SS-5 kidnapping was in fact a homicide. Fuck, dude.
Wow, so it really was a murder, huh? This case was taking so many twists and turns, I'm starting to lose track.
Yes, perhaps we should summarize our findings just to confirm that we understand everything correctly.
Good idea. Let's go over everything from the point where the president arrived at the orphanage.
12 years ago, the real President Wong visited the orphanage. His aim? To meet his infant son. The footprints we originally assumed to be those of Mr. Aldu seem likely to have actually been made by the president upon his arrival. I know, it's crazy. Yeah, the logic leaps we do make in the Ace Attorney franchise. But instead of being greeted by his child, he was met by the assassin, Bodhidhar Makanis.
That's so sad. He was hoping to see his baby for the first time, only to...
Indeed. But at least with Mr. Canis, we can be sure that the job was swiftly and effectively completed. But then, after the assassination, another tragedy occurred.
Mr. Aldown's murder.
Yes, it seems he witnessed a key moment in the evening's proceedings. The moment when our culprits, the so-called kidnappers, took the president's body around to the side of the building. That was the sight that sealed his fate. Oh, that's why he thought it was a kidnapping, because he couldn't tell if it was a living or dead body. We've now established that he was standing by the orphanage gates at the time. I wonder if he was actually there because he got a scoop about the president meeting his illegitimate son. Far enough away that he believed what he was seeing was the president's abduction. At which point...
Oh, the body double who had come to meet up with his co-conspirators! Walked right up behind Mr. Aldoon!
That's a leap of logic, but sure. Leading to our unfortunate eyewitness.
Being murdered by the man who was plotting to replace the president! So, was it the body double who moved Mr. Aldoon's body too?
Yes, I think it probably was. Oh, his feet were smaller than the president's.
But none of the footprints could have been his, could they?
Actually, I think they could. In fact, we have a piece of evidence that proves how that particular trick was achieved. He just walked in the prints. He does what I do when I'm walking in deep snow. Walk through other people's prints.
Take that!
What if the president double moved Mr. Aldoon's body like this? After killing Mr. Aldown, goddamn, I keep going to I just want Noodle Man. I just desperately want Noodle Man. He could have carried him to the other side of the entrance. Given that his job was to look just like the president, he would have been wearing the same shoes. Meaning that if he stepped exactly in the footprints left by the real president...
Of course, his would have been the same shape and size.
You just had to moonwalk out of there. It would have looked like a
Single set of footprints. So that's how it all went down? I'm so glad we finally figured it out. Wait, but there's one thing I still don't get.
There is? What?
Why did they need to pretend there was a kidnapping?
Mr. Aldoon had seen the president at the orphanage. All down. All down! Ah! I'll get it right eventually again. Jesus. And left a message on Miss Ringer's phone describing what he thought he saw. It would have been impossible for the conspirators to erase that message. So they had to make it look as if the events described in the message were true.
By staging a kidnapping like the one he thought he saw.
Exactly. I think the two people in the photograph are likely to be the body double and Fifi Lagarde.
She's the one in the trench coat? How can you be so sure of that?
The two of them would have had to walk out beyond the orphanage gates to stage the photo. The body double could have put his feet in the real president's prints as he did before.
Oh, so the other set of footprints were hers!
The ones we originally thought belonged to the killer, yes. They were about a size 9. Too small for Chairman Winner, in other words. Yeah, he is a tall man. He'll have big feet. Which means the kidnapper must have been played by Warden Lagarde. And that explains how a so-called kidnapping was actually a presidential assassination. It does. Which means my father must have... He must have... noticed. There's no way he wouldn't have suspected a murder. Especially not with the kid's picture as proof. But the picture was never officially put into evidence, correct? No, he appears to have kept hold of it after taking the witness statement of the child who drew it. Yeah, because he knew. He knew President Wong was dead. And he knew what would happen if that news ever got out. Zhang Fa would have been plunged into chaos, no doubt. So he kept it a secret. And that secret died with him. Even though it meant taking the blame for the kidnapping. And our family name being ruined. So your father knew the truth about what happened 12 years ago. But he chose to hide it.
Well, it's finally coming to light at last.
Is it indeed intriguing? Who dis?
Huh?
What? Who's there? I'll eat you. Oh, it's Kenneth. Hi. That sound. Is that a bell? It's a good sound effect use. I wish Shelly had something kind of similar. Oh, I gotta readjust in my seat. Bodhidhar Makanis.
Puppy.
What the heck are you doing here? Arrest this man! We're the law! You think you could just show up in front of us like it ain't a problem? You're under arrest, pal.
Forgive me, but I couldn't help overhearing the fascinating conversation you were having.
The opportunity to gloat over your past crimes was just too good to miss, I expect. You killed President Wong.
I did, but it's not something I'm inclined to gloat over, despite me just being here. Wadahaha.
That is true. I do also like his ice cream cones and his radios that usually do.
I was more interested in something else you mentioned. Or someone else, I should say.
Someone you're looking for, I suppose.
Exactly. That's why I took a little sojourn from the penitentiary. To find a certain young pup. A young pup in a rather eye-catching red raincoat.
Oh, shit.
What?
Oh, that was Edgeworth, but...
Wait, you know who they are?
In a manner of speaking. What did you call them again? A secret mastermind?
I just passed. Okay. I'm gonna grab me a quick snack from the floor. Oh my god. That sounds awful. I just have a bag of treats on the ground. Not that I am eating food off the floor, I promise. I'm not that disgusting.
The prosecutor looks a little surprised, doesn't he, Helmut? Yes, he does. The young pup I mentioned. He saved my life, you know. 12 long years ago.
Oh, okay. Testimony time. Sounds good. Ah, shoot. I threw a gummy into my mouth without thinking. Hold on. There we go. Sorry. My blood sugar felt like it was getting low.
As you have surmised, it was I who killed President Wang. But that meant that I, too, became an inconvenience in need of removal. The imposter president, Winner, Lagarde, all three were keen to guarantee my silence. And if I hadn't met my friend, the young pup, again, they might even have succeeded. I wonder what he's doing now.
You wonder or you know? So it was the president's body double who hired you.
I remember his words almost as if it were yesterday.
You know how many times I've nearly been killed? Not once, not twice, a bunch of times! Why do I have to take all the risks? Why am I the one they always put in danger? When I'm out there being him, people treat me like I was him. They worship me. So what's the difference? Who's to say I couldn't be just as good as him?
There was a difference, of course. Even if he did look and sound exactly like him. Just because it walks and talks like a president, that doesn't make it a president, does it, boy? No.
So he's got his wish and became the boss, but couldn't quite fill his predecessor's shoes. Oh, night was a weird, fun parallel. That's great. Seems the king and his knight were much the same.
The president's double knew that his employer had a weakness, a young woman named Amelie. But in order to find her, he needed to enlist the help of locals.
Oh no, she was set up. Locals such as Chairman Winner.
Once Miss Fenn had been located, they simply needed to find the right time to lay their trap.
The meeting she arranged so the president could meet his son. That would have been the perfect opportunity.
Indeed. And with the head of the orphanage brought into the fold, their little conspiracy was complete.
Warden Lagarde.
Now, quid pro quo. Where might I find the pup?
What makes you think the boy who helped you and our mysterious string puller are one and the same?
He set a little fire that night, out there in the yard of the orphanage.
Oh, yeah, we saw that. It was some kind of prank, right?
A prank. It was nothing of the sort, my dear. No, as I understand it, he had taken refuge in the igloo by the entrance. From there, he happened to see Winner and Lagarde carrying away a dead body. He also overheard them hatching a certain sordid little plot.
Oh, this music is haunting. I love it. It's like kind of Majora's Mask.
A plot to remove me, the only other person who knew what had really happened, from the picture. Thankfully, he was kind enough to come and inform me. I was waiting inside the building, you see. He also happened to mention later on that he was wearing his favorite red raincoat.
He's been wearing that since he was a small child, this mastermind?
In any case, he escorted me from the premises. And being a very considerate boy, thought to erase both our footprints from the scene of the crime.
It seems he had a little kerosene set aside in the igloo for just such an occasion. Oh my god, what a fucking scary child. That boy had problems. So he spread it liberally about the place and set himself a little fire.
No way! So that's what the fire was for?
I mean, it felt kind of obvious it was covering something up, but... whatever. It must have been ever so beautiful. Winner and Lagarde were positively enchanted. That's where Lagarde got his weird burn, question mark? And while they were distracted by the show, he took the opportunity to usher me out of a side entrance. You never answered my question. You really think he's the one behind all this? I do indeed. Don't I, Helmut? Yes, I do. All right, that's the moment in time. Here we go. Eat a gummy.
Hold it!
Again? So the two of you had met before? Yes, on a cold and lonely Christmas Eve, 18 years back. Not long ago. But on that occasion, it was I who saved his life. It was snowing, more than it had in years, and cold enough that death by freezing was a real possibility. I had taken Helmut out for a little walk. He noticed something and bounded off through the snow. When I caught up to him, he was sniffing at a car. The door had frozen shut. Took all the strength I had, but eventually I managed to open one. And inside, I found two young boys, shivering and semi-conscious. Two. Yes, and had I found them even an hour later, the poor wretches would have never made it. I took them both to a nearby orphanage. Is it me? Was there something significant about what he did? Yes, Edgeworth. It's... oh my god. What is it about Canis' statement that's especially noteworthy? It was the date, funnily enough. This was on Christmas Eve. You can never escape Christmas Eve, Edgeworth. It is very important. You'll never escape the curse of Christmas Eve. This was on Christmas Eve 18 years ago. You're certain of that? I am. Holy smokes. We have something that shows why that date is so significant. Which piece of evidence? It's the IS-7, baby. Where are you?
Take that!
That was the same day on which a sudden incident occurred. The murder of a well-known sculptor.
No way!
An incident in the aftermath of which 2 children went missing. The son of the victim, Artie Frost, and the son of the murderer, Carmelo Gusto. I did not click you. I'm holding my controller again in one hand, so I can freely itch my nose, which is going insane right now, and I'm bad about it. Yeah, now that you mention it, the little guys did go AWOL, huh? Intriguing. The son of a murderer, and the son of his victim. I suppose that would make sense. It would? One of the boys was bound hand and foot, you see.
That must have been part of Mr. Frost's plan to start Mr. Gusto's son from getting to the competition.
Indeed. Because without his son to taste his creations, Mr. Gusto would have had no chance of winning. So that was what was behind it all. Sadly, neither of the boys were able to remember any such details. They weren't? No. When we met each other again on that night 12 years ago, the young pup explained it to me. It seems that they really were on the brink of death when I found them. Shit. Bad dad's an Ace Attorney.
and the shock of the experience caused them both to lose their memories. They weren't even able to remember their names. Yeah, with shitty dads like they had, I'd want to forget who I was and where I came from. Shouldn't have eaten that gummy. God damn it. They're just good. They're sour nerds. And they get stuck in your teeth.
Wow, so they wouldn't have known they were Mr. Frost and Mr. Gusto's kids.
If that's what he's fuck. If what he's telling us is true, that would seem likely, yes. Which means we still don't have enough to tell us who our mastermind might be. It's one of the kids, probably. The way the one that rescued the assassin is acting, like, oh my gosh. Then again, that is a savior, so like he would go out of his way to save him too. Mr. Carnus, would you mind telling us what happened next? By all means. The pup and I remained in contact even after I was sent to prison. But then, I stopped hearing from him. I couldn't help but worry. And then people from 12 years ago started cropping up all over the place. It rather piqued my curiosity, so I thought I'd temporarily regain my freedom and look into things. How did you do that? Honestly, I need to know. And we'll arrest him again, right? People from 12 years ago. You mean Lagarde, Winner, and the president, I assume.
Well, Warden Lagarde was in charge of the prison where he was an inmate his whole time, right?
I fear I wasn't as kind to her as I could have been. But then, she did try to have me killed. You already know why, of course. Because you murdered President Wong, but they needed the world to believe he was still alive. If somebody had exposed the president as a fake, it would have been bad for Lagarde and Chairman Winner, too. Exactly. And not only that, I happened to overhear something else intriguing that night. I'll be at the orphanage on the evening of the 9th. I'll be waiting in the front yard. I thought you could meet him if you like, even if it's only this once. I know you're a very busy man, but anyway, oh, goodbye. I didn't even click that one. Who are you? Sorry, but I'm waiting for somebody. I know who you are, President Wong. I couldn't help overhearing the news. Congratulations. But please don't worry about your son. I only kill those I am employed to kill. Which in this case means you. No. Wait, this is my first chance to meet him. And it might be my only chance. Please give me just a few minutes longer. I thought he was going to beg for his life, but no. An interesting character. I told him I was not aware that he had a child. No, he said and shook his head. Neither was I. But the world will know that I have one now. I mean to make sure of it. I've even prepared something in case the worst comes to the worst. And the son in question, it was the young gentleman with the horns here, correct? I thought you were blind. I guess he's mostly blind. Yeah, I know some people would argue he's still kind of a bad dad, but, like, he didn't know he had a son until, like, they were already a year old at that point, I guess. And the romance, Amelie could have told him earlier, but he was also in a weird position of power. There are good dads in the series, and they're just few and far between. Because, I mean, Gregory is a great dad, but he's dead. That's it. They're either assholes or they're dead. It's one of the two. You get...
Horns? You can see them?
I don't need to, my dear. I've been listening very carefully, you see. Oh, okay, fair enough. And for longer than you may realize.
So the president meant to tell the world about Sean and prepared something in case of the worst. But it's not enough simply to have Canis' word on the matter. Of course. We have something that proves that he's telling us the president said is true. The will. A will everybody knew about. He entrusted it to my family to show his belief in us, after all.
The name in the recording, the preparations he had made, and his will. With those 3 pieces of information, I was able to convince Warden Lagarde to do anything I asked.
With the information at his disposal, he could have exposed the truth about the body double at any time. And Sean's true identity with it.
President Wong was more agile than I'd anticipated. He blocked my first knife thrust with something soft. By the time the piece I'd broken off hit the snow, my next strike had hit its mark.
So it was Canis who tore the horn off the Taurosaurus doll.
I was the only one present to hear his final words. The only one who knew the truth about his son. Well, me and that poor pup.
Hold it!
Oh my goodness.
So you were able to continue communicating with him from prison?
I was, via a post office box.
What's that?
It's a means of exchanging mail without revealing one's own address.
I never knew where he was, and I wasn't able to slip out and track him down. I was being kept under rather strict supervision, you see.
By Warden Lagarde, no doubt. What were the 2 of you even communicating about?
We were playing correspondence chess, of course. That and griping about our respective lots in life.
Correspondence chess? But didn't you used to play that with...
That is a flashback. Woohoo.
Yeah, it was Mr. Knight.
He found the diagram of the game in his cell, too. Oh, I guess we get this piece of evidence back. So does that mean Knight had something to do with all this, that IS-7 business? Wait, could that be it? Do we have any evidence that might connect Knight to the IS-7 incident? Yeah, we do, I guess. Hold on. Did they give those back to me? Yeah.
Take that!
This is everything Knight left behind. Could there be a clue in here somewhere? A ring and a chess set. I think I want to look at the ring, honestly, but let me double check just so I can move through this quick. Yep. The ring.
What about it, Mr. Edgeworth?
Mr. Fender, take a closer look at it if you would. That design. That's Paul Haleek's trademark mark. Indeed. It looks like somebody turned the stamp he used to sign his work into a ring. I can read. But why would Knight have been carrying it? And why was it not with the rest of the evidence from the IS-7 incident? He tried to release Frost's personal effects to his next of kin after the case wound down. If I remember rightly, old Frosty Boy didn't have any family aside from his kid. And the kid was missing. So they never got to hand it back to him. Not till later, anyhow. I heard on the grapevine that they found him in the end and gave him the goods. Including the seal, it would seem. Which he turned into a ring and wore until his own death. Well, fuck.
So we're saying Mr. Knight was Mr. Frost's son?
The cops don't mess around with stuff like that. They would have made sure before handing it over.
And we were looking for somebody connected to the IS-7 incident who played correspondence chess, right?
Wait, so our secret string puller is Bronco Knight? Knight is dead. How could he possibly be involved in our current case? Far out. So our only candidate for genius mastermind is a guy who already kicked the bucket?
That's impossible! How can a dead guy be behind all this?
It is a little perplexing, but then, who else could it be? I think he has a new statement now.
I did so used to enjoy tapping out my little letters in Braille.
Huh. Interesting. Oh yeah, the correspondence diagram isn't in Braille.
Objection!
You said that you wrote all of your letters in Braille, is that correct? Okay. Sounds good. Thank you for the heads up, Evan.
I don't mean to be rude, Mr. Prosecutor, but you do know about my condition, don't you?
That's odd, because the chess diagram we found in Knight's cell didn't contain any Braille at all.
Really? But surely that's impossible.
How so, exactly?
Maybe someone typed Mr. Candace's letters out on purpose?
Meaning there may have been some sort of intermediary between the two of them.
So then... Mr. Candace...
Oh, that's Edgeworth. Mr. Candace says he wrote his letters in Braille. And yet, the letters received by Mr. Knight contain no Braille at all. This suggests that there must be a third party who typed Mr. Candace's letters out. Guess it could have worked the same way on the flip side too, right? Whoever it was could have taken Knight's letters and turned them back into Braille. He could indeed. I think you and Mr. Knight were both communicating with this person, Mr. Canis. Mr. Canis, the answer you received. They were written in Braille too. Yes. So some mysterious middle person really was retyping the Bronxter's missives?
That same person.
Might well be our secret string puller. Wait, you're trying to say there's another hidden mastermind behind this whole thing? So who's this new one? Bronco Knight, son of Artie Frost, is already dead. But what if the other child from the incident 18 years ago was actually who we've been looking for? Carmelo Gusto's son? But who is he? And where is he? If Knight was Frost's son, Gusto's son would have to be... I've known him since we were kids, when both of us were all alone. He doesn't have any family, you see, just like me. Him? But surely not!
What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? You're white as a sheet.
Of course. It all makes sense. I know exactly who our so-called mastermind is.
What? Who? You have to tell us.
I can hardly believe it, but it's somebody we know rather well. And the person we've been looking for is... There you are.
Take that!
I know he didn't kill Bronco, but God, it'd be funny if he did. We defend him and... and he got away with it. It has to be the person behind all this. The person who forced Chairman Winter's hand by sending the letter to Rosie Ringer. The person who kidnapped Sean and bugged Kay and myself. The person who did the strangest thing of all. Who drugged Kay and carried her up to the roof of the big building. It was the monster. Dude, don't confuse the reporters. They're gonna jump on you.
What? Did you really just say what I thought you did?
Yes, the monster. That was the key to unmasking our mastermind. Almost forgot, we're doing a new circus show soon. I'd love for you to come see it. Hi. Miss Lloyd, could I ask a favor?
Who, little old me? What kind of favor?
You told us you recorded the sound of Taurosaurus breathing fire.
Sure did. Like I said, I didn't precisely see the guy, but boy, did I hear him.
Can we listen to the tape?
You surely can. Let's see now.
That's it. That sound. It must be what I think it is. My theory has to be correct. The truth about the monster. The identity of the person behind all this. It's all falling into place. Miss Hart, you saw a giant eye at the window of the storeroom, did you not?
Yup, snap me a picture of it too, even if you can't rightly see it so well.
Can't see it right now, but... Detective Gumshoe! Yes, sir! Your image analyzer. Can we borrow it again? Sure, but what do you want to look at, sir? This photograph right here. Gotcha, I'm on it!
Let me see that window, baby.
Oh, right, it's Y. I was like, why isn't A working? Hi! It does. Yeah. That's... See? I done told y'all Taurosaurus' own dang self. Yes, there it is at last. The monster commanded by the architect of this whole scheme.
Monster?
You're finally ready to admit it, that he's danged well real? The big bad bull himself? No, because that isn't Taurosaurus at all, you idiot. It's the eye of a different giant beast entirely. Take a look at this if you would.
The very big circus flyer? Oh, wait, look!
You see it. The enormous lion balloon. That's the real monster. And the sound Miss Lloyd thought was the creature breathing fire. Aw, come on. You're really gonna bring me crashing down to Earth like that? That's how balloons fly, huh? They burn gas to make hot air. They do. And our culprit was able to use that balloon to carry Kay up to the roof of the big building without ever going near the elevator. How did no one see a giant-ass balloon in the middle of a metropolitan area?
So this culprit, they've got something to do with the circus?
Circus worker. Friend of the Bronxster. Son of Gusto. Whoa, 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 whoa. You're not serious. You forgot to mention trainee animal tamer. It's hard to believe. You were right. You did not lie. But he's the one who's been pulling the strings this whole time. That's right. Simeon Saint is the one behind all this.
Simeon? But everything? Really? I don't believe you. We trusted him, and he trusted us. You can't tell me that was all lies. That would be too horrible.
Welcome to the second game of Ace Attorney. Phoenix had to go through it, I have to go through it, I guess. I'm sorry, Kay. Who was that?
Hey, where do you think you're going, old man? Nothing escapes you, does it, young pup? My congratulations, Mr. Edgeworth. But now that I know the truth, my business here is done.
What? No! Mr. Caddis, wait! Doggo! Why did none of you catch him? The dog was the only attacked me. You could have done it. Damn it! He disappeared!
Are you okay, Mr. Edgeworth?
No! Don't worry, I'm fine. But...
Damn you!
Are you alright, Sean?
He killed my dad. He did, right?
There's no easy way to say it, but... Sorry, Sean. It would appear that he did.
He He won't get away with it. I'll make him pay. Somehow, some way, I'll...
No, Sean! You mustn't say such things. Sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. You'll have to forgive us both. No. I just put the call out, sir. All units are on the lookout for Mr. Caddis. I don't mean to hurry everybody, but we better be on our way too. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, where do you think we'll find our mastermind? I suppose you're right. The mastermind word. Right, that actually is a really... The artists behind the sprites are really top tier with this series. I will say that. Especially since this is still in the day of the 2D sprites, which it's like, I'm not saying moving to 3D models was a bad choice, but I don't feel like they can get away with as expressive of models without 2D. But God, they are good at their jobs. I suppose you're right. We should go after the mastermind right now. He said he had to practice for the show, which I guess means he'll be at the circus. But before we leave, there's something I'd like to ask you, Agent Lang. There is? What? Once a beast has been sighted, the next step is to plan its capture. When we arrive, there's something we'll need to try to find as a matter of priority. And Detective, I'd like you to look into something that's been bothering me about Sean's kidnapping. Yes, sir!
I want to help too, Mr. Edgeworth!
Good. There's somebody I'd like you to try and contact. If Saint really is our mastermind, we're going to need this person's help. Please tell me it's fucking Phoenix. Between our many encounters, I never suspected a thing, even though he was right there in front of me. I messed up. There's no other way of putting it, but I'm going to put things right once and for all. Oh, God damn it. Okay. It is 3:45 where I am from. Let me look at this guide and see how much testimony I'm dealing with. Oh my God. That's a... Oh, you know, I might go over. I want to fucking finish this so bad. I want to get it done. Oh, it's not. It's the PM. Luckily, I'm in the PM. Hi, I'm in Mountain Standard Time. But, I want to finish it, I think. The reason I end my streams at, like, usually at 5 is I'm in charge of dinner. Because Luke is out at work all day. And I want to... Another 2 hours. Can I get away with that? Because Luke gets off at 5, but he's up north? You know what? The dinner tonight will literally take me 15 minutes. Fuck it. I'm gonna go. Guys, we're gonna finish this. Goddamn. I want it done. It's happening. We're going. Fuck it. I have another little gummy, though. Oh my God, hi. Oh, those cages are way too small, Regina. Come on, girl.
Oh, hi, Mr. Edgeworth.
Did you guys come to watch the show? I don't remember. I think this was the voice I gave Simeon, technically. Hello, Miss Barry. Mr. Saint. You're a little early, I'm afraid. We're still practicing. But I'm glad you kept your promise. Yes, I agree. I agree. I love the Ace Attorney franchise. As much as, like, I gripe about this spinoff series, I do love the entire series. With a like, I love them to death. They're corny as hell. They're good mysteries. Yes, I remembered you giving me this. That's so great. You're gonna have so much fun. I think even you'll be surprised, Mr. Edgeworth. I think you've surprised me enough for one day already.
What are you talking about?
Would you mind looking at this photograph, Miss Barry? That's the eye painted on the balloon you used to advertise the circus, correct?
Oh, yeah. What is this exactly?
I have a strong suspicion that the balloon was used by the criminal we've been looking for.
You do?
Who's usually in charge of the balloon, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, that would be Simeon. Oh, but wait, you don't mean...
Mr. Saint? You took the balloon out late the other night, didn't you? Sure, I was practicing. I'm still pretty bad at flying it, so I needed to put in some extra hours. At night? When it would have been even more difficult than usual. Strange time to decide to practice. But why else would I have taken the balloon out? What are you saying? That you weren't practicing at all. You were taking an unconscious Kay to the top of the big building in order to frame her for the murder of Rosie Ringer. Wait, really? I didn't connect those dots. I don't know. Security camera never recorded Kay taking the elevator up to the roof, which means she must have gotten there another way, from the sky. And the only person able to make that happen would have been you. But, Mr. Edgeworth, I don't understand. That's not all you did. SpongeBob. You also attacked Sean at the garbage disposal area, drugged him, and carried him away. That's why you were late for the hearing at the courthouse, wasn't it? I'm sorry, but I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I do any of those things? Please, you have to believe me. I never, ever, ever do anything like that. I wish I could believe you, but I can't. Any trust I had in you has been completely destroyed. That's horrible. Why would you say that? You told me back at the jail. You said you believed I was innocent. For that crime, Simeon. This is other crimes. It did make Winter for... Yeah. That's true. I guess it was... He set up the situation to get Winter in a bad situation, thus. You know, that... Okay. Fair. I take it. I take it. This is just awful. I never thought you'd lie to me. Oh my god, you bitch.
We didn't lie. I swear, Simeon,
You said you knew what it was like to be me. I trusted you. That hurts, Kay. It hurts so much.
Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. This is Simeon we're talking about. He's not a bad person.
I see it now. That's your strategy, isn't it? With everybody. You root out their psychological weaknesses and exploit them. And without even realizing it, they wind up doing exactly what you want them to. Exactly the behavior one would expect from the arch manipulator behind all our recent troubles. I was too blind to see it before, but you won't fool me again. Simeon Saint, you are guilty of crimes too numerous to mention. I'm not even going to accuse you of anything specific. Oh, so that's how you want to play it, huh? You always did have the courage of your convictions, I guess. Luckily, grinding people's self-belief into dust is kind of a hobby of mine. Oh, Jesus, what? Whoa, ah! Holy crap, you have tamed the well. Jeez Louise. I don't know what money actually did to your face, honestly. Pig. What? Oh, what the fuck?
Look at this bitch.
Man, this is like a weird, it's like a reverse unguard. We undo the hair and let it down instead of pulling it back. Oh my god. Well done, all of you. Well, this is certainly a side of him we haven't seen before. So much for the trainee animal tamer who wouldn't hurt a fly. I guess that was all an act. But I'm glad. We're finally getting to meet the real you.
Simeon? This? It can't be true, can it?
Truth, lies, what does it matter?
Huh?
Oh, what the fuck? Wait, what? Hold on, excuse you? These sprites are so fucking good. All you need to know is that Mr. Edgeworth here has made me very mad indeed. Thank you, my tower. Chipmunk, you have my snacks, yes? And now he's going to pay. Okay. These sprites are so good. Sure, I went up in the balloon a couple of nights ago, but I was just practicing. I guess somebody took that picture when I flew by the big building. I fly around the area doing promo stuff for the circus all the time. Nothing to see here, Miles. Nothing at all. These animals behind me are actually making me very nervous, especially the ape. I do not like the ape. So you go up in the balloon reasonably often? Yeah, promoting the circus, like I said. Oh God. Is that true, Miss Barry?
Well, it's true that it's Simeon's job to go up in the balloon and spread the word. I guess just about everybody in the area could have seen him up there by now.
Well, that same balloon was used in the commission of a crime. Nonsense. I just happened to be in the area where it happened. Somebody took a picture when I was floating past the big building, that's all. I'll be the judge of whether you just happened to be nearby. Thank you very much. I'll kill you.
Oh, I got a hiccup.
My bad.
Hold it!
This balloon, do you usually launch it from here at the circus? No, you need a wide open space. There's a park over by Sunshine Coliseum. That's where I usually take off from. I see. And how do you get the balloon to the park to launch it? Not by hand, that's for sure. That thing must weigh a few 100 pounds. It's kind of impressive that it can even get off of the ground now that I think about it. I'd prefer it if you didn't change the subject. How do you transport the balloon? Wow, give a guy a break, will you? It's not like I was getting miles off track. Sheesh. We use a truck, okay? You just load it on the back, and away you go. A truck, you say? Yeah, last time I took it out would have been 2 days ago. That could be important. I better keep it in mind. The last time I took the balloon out on the truck would have been then, the day before last. You mean this truck? Where's that truck? This truck? I don't want to be more scared of the animals, thank you. Oh no, it's gonna be so bad, I'm not excited. This truck, it wouldn't happen to be blue by any chance? Huh? So what if it is? We happened to see a blue truck ourselves just today. One with a large basket loaded on the back. If that was the truck you told us about, then your statement about it not having moved in 2 days is a lie. Okay. Oh, hi, guys. Emma! Agent Lang. Emma.
There you are, Mr. Edgeworth, at last! I've been trying to find you ever since we wrapped up the case yesterday. Kay sent me a message saying you were here, so I came right away.
And I found what you asked me to go look for. It was loaded onto a truck in the parking lot out back. A blue truck. Hooray, it's mine now. Well, well. I think that truck might be the one we saw earlier today. In fact, I'm almost certain of it.
Objection.
Whoa. Objection. That guy's got a good voice. What? Just because it's blue? Like a million other trucks? What makes you so sure it's the exact same one?
No, I saw it too. It's the same one for sure.
You didn't see it. You weren't here, girl.
there, Mr. Edgeworth.
That wasn't me. Wait, did you object in my voice? Simeon, can you copy voices? Worthless are the words of a man who can't back up his claims with evidence.
Wow, you sound just like him.
Show me. I demand proof. I must be able to prove it somehow. The same truck, I'm sure of it.
Why are you touching the truck?
What could I use to prove it's the same fingerprints? I'd like to have the truck dusted for fingerprints. Huh? Why would you want to do that? Because I expect to find a certain very specific set of prints. And if I do, that will prove beyond all doubt that it's the truck we saw in front of the big building.
It's me.
Yours? You think you're gonna find your own prints on there? I do, because I put my hand on your truck when I saw it in front of the big building. Let's see what we can find, shall we? Emma, could you lend us your scientific skills one more time? That's why I'm here. One moment, please. Alrighty, take it away, Mr. Edgeworth. Me? Oh my god, how am I gonna do the blowing on the switch? Of course, who else do you think was gonna do it? Don't worry, it's easy. I'll show you how. Tutorial. I'm not reading the tutorial. So much tutorial, but enough for giving me a little bit more of a gummy break to get more sugar in me. Yeah, with your mouth. Oh, okay. X, got it. Yay! Whee! I know it's like in the middle, but there's that part of me that used to do this when playing. I would fill every edge I could with powder because it's fun for my brain. It makes it go brr. Ah! Come on. Almost there. Almost there. And that'll have to be good enough. Boosh. Yay. That's it. That's a nice clean print you got there. Can we compare it to my prints right away? Yep. Leave it to me. Hooray. That's a good sound. That confirms it. It's Mr. Edgeworth's print, all right. And with that, another lie is exposed. Yeah! Oh, the bunnies, no. Edgelord, are you okay? So what were you doing in the truck? Oh, the tower. Oh, just driving around. For fun, you know?
Objection!
Kay was abducted 2 nights ago, and your balloon was sighted nearby. Then today, another abduction, this time involving a truck supposedly used to transport garbage. And your truck was sighted nearby. Coincidence, nothing more. You want me to believe that you were near the scene of 2 separate abductions simply by chance. Just be honest, you were involved in both. Sorry, a little bit of the music just like popped in, so well timed, and oh, that's glorious. What makes you think they were even connected? I do. A certain very important piece of evidence, that's what. Oh, this should be good. God, he's a demon. Jesus Christ. This connects Shay and... Shay, wow, Shay and Khan's abduction. Oh my god. Oh yeah, the same drug was used. Where is that drug?
Take that!
Kay was drugged with a dose of a powerful sedative, and a bottle of sedative was found right where Sean was being held captive. The very same brand, no less. I knew you'd try something like this. So the same sedative was used. So what? Does that mean everything's connected? You know as well as I do, that doesn't prove anything for sure. We must have something. There must be a piece of evidence that can tie him to both crimes. Cops, prosecutors, you, Miles, you're all the same at the end of the day. You force the evidence to fit the crime, or you flat out make it up. Just as long as somebody goes to jail. You're no different from a certain other evidence tamperer we've had the misfortune of meeting. No, I'm nothing like him. Then show me. Hit me with your killer piece of evidence. You must have one, right? Ugh, it's no use. We don't have anything that can tie him directly to both kidnappings. Okay. You about done there, Miles? No more cheap shots left to fire? Great. Well, I have a show to be rehearsing for, so if you don't mind. Hi, Fender. Hey, come on now, you two. There's no need to get all hot under the collar. Wouldn't want your good looks running down your face now, would we, Simeon, old pal? What are you sticking your nose in for? Hey, I just sense the vibe getting a little harsh and heavy, yeah? Thought I ought to lighten the mood. Help me out here, Kay. Lift our spirits with a little dose of the old great thief magic.
You have to tell me twice. Okay, let me see if I can do Simeon's voice. Here goes. Objection.
What are you... Take this seriously, will you? Thought you could do with somebody running a little interference for you, Milester. Not the most ethical approach, I know, but again, Kay, again! Oh my god, is he just distracting? While we figure it out, that's so weird. We can worry about whether or not this is the right thing to do later. This is my last chance to try and prove a connection between Mr. Saint and his crimes. Let's forget the kidnappings for now. Is there anything else that suggests that he is our mastermind? Hello, I am here. Of course. Canis was looking for a secret string puller too. The young pup, as he called him. If I could prove that Mr. Saint was that same young pup, then perhaps... What evidence do I have that might point to him being involved in the scene? Well, the diagram.
Take that!
Flashbacks, That's right. Shit, my gummy. I'm good. That's right, our mastermind was involved in Canis and Knight's correspondence chess exchanges. If I could prove that Mr. Saint was the hidden intermediary between the two of them. Alright, that's enough. This is getting painful. You don't have anything, and I have to practice for the show. So if you don't mind... Thank you, Mr. Fender. I can take it from here. And I can't take any more of your interventions. Ooh, just look at that face. Yeah, I like it. Mauserina's back in the game for sure.
I'm Simeon, the funny clown. Look at me. I'm juggling.
Okay, you can stop now. Mr. Saint, you're a fan of chess, I take it. Huh? Where did that come from? Chess? Sure, I don't hate it. Our secret string puller was playing correspondence chess with Mr. Canis. I thought Bronco was the one playing chess with Canis. You're saying he was your so-called mastermind? No, it wasn't him. Whoever it was went on manipulating events even after Knight's death. Take a look at this letter, if you would. Who do you think could have written it? I believe it was the person who had inserted themselves between Mr. Canis and Knight. And you think that person was me? Why would I go to all that trouble? That's crazy. To make it appear that the two men were connected and communicating directly with one another. The very fact that led Fifi Lagarde to murder him.
What? You're saying you set that up to try and get Mr. Knight killed?
Oh, now it makes sense. I understand now, Evan. Listen to yourselves. What do you think I am? Some kind of evil puppet master? The monkey told us so! The monkey showed us! That lead? You've seen me. I can barely even get the animals to... My God! at this. Edgeworth, just point. Just everyone should point. If we could find one of the letters he passed between Knight and Canis, that would prove the connection beyond a doubt. I'd like to have your room searched. I believe we might find... Letters? You won't. Trust me. What? Once I'm done with something, I put it straight in the trash. Guess I'm not the sentimental type. Why get hung up on the past, right? Ugh! He must have disposed of any incriminating items in order to cover his tracks. Guess you went in without the evidence you needed once again, huh? That's a bad habit, you know. So this doesn't prove anything either. We've fallen short yet again. What do we do now? We out of options? You accuse me of betraying my friend, and you don't even have any proof? You're despicable. Who was that? What the fuck?
Oh, hi.
Miss Barry? What does she want?
Sorry, it's just... I was thinking about what you were saying, and this night person? You mean Bronco, right? Simeon's friend?
Yeah, exactly. Yes, what of it? Does she know something?
A letter came from him this morning for Simeon.
What? What did you? How is that possible? Knight is dead. Miss Barry, we need to see this letter right away.
Sure, here you go.
Let's open it up, shall we?
You're never going to beat me, not at chess. It's another correspondence chess letter. The next move
The next move in the game with Mr. Canis.
Can somebody else smell checkmate? Can't wait to see your face when you lose. But you were never gonna beat me, not at chess. It's postmarked the 26th of March, the day before Knight died. I guess it must have gotten held up en route.
Well, we do move around a lot. It's part of being a traveling circus. Our mail arrives late all the time.
Interesting that it's addressed directly to you, Mr. Saint. Yeah. This is it, isn't it? The proof we needed that you were the one facilitating Mr. Canis's and Knight's game. One of the letters you would have transcribed into Braille in order to create the illusion that they were somehow connected. Curse you, Bronco! You're still getting in my way even now! I hate you! I hate you!
Simeon? How could you? Mr. Knight was your only friend.
We weren't friends. I stopped thinking he was my friend 18 years ago. Right around the time of the IS-7 incident, in other words. I nearly froze to death because of him. I was just about to head out and meet my dad at the contest. But then Bronco showed up. Oh, shit, you remember everything. Goddamn. When did you remember? Pinned me down and tied me up. He was crying the whole time, whining on and on. I'm sorry, but my dad says I have to do this, and if I don't do what he says, he's so scary.
Stop it, Bronco! Stop it! I have to go meet my dad. I promise. If I'm not there to taste his candy for him, he'll be so upset. He needs me. If I don't go, he won't be able to show everybody he's the best in the world.
But no, he locked me in that car with him, and the two of us nearly died. He thought he could get out, but when he tried the door, it was frozen shut. We were trapped. And that's how I lost my dad.
You lost your dad?
Yeah, he disowned him. Yeah, Bronco's dad killed mine. He was the son of a murderer. Wait, what? I'm sorry, what? I think we got some wires crossed. Or at least I do. What do you mean? That doesn't match up with what we all know at all. Simeon, the victim in the IS-7 incident was a guy named Artie Frost. Yeah, that was my dad's name. My memories got kind of scrambled that day. What little I remembered was pretty mixed up. So I didn't find out until later that my dad was murdered. The murderer was a man named Carmelo Gusteau, a confectioner. Really? Never knew Bronco's father's name. Maybe I chose not to remember. Just thinking about the sicko that killed my dad turns my stomach. Mr. Saint, are you sure you didn't know the name of the murderer until just now? Do you think I'd sit on it if I did? No, I'd have reported him to the police straight away. All I knew was that Bronco's dad tricked my dad. And that's how I knew my dad was the one who was killed that day. Bronco was a traitor. He helped his father murder mine. He was the son of a cold-blooded killer. He deserved to die. I'm sorry, Mr. Saint, but you've made a mistake. A big one. A mistake? What do you mean? Artie Frost was a sculptor. He'd been working in France not so long before the murder, under the name Paul Halik. So I hear, but I don't remember anything about that. Wish I could. Well, I'm afraid it's only natural that you don't, because he wasn't your father. Huh? Is this your idea of a joke? Well, it's not funny. Not at all. You're right, it's not. But you need to know the uncomfortable truth. This piece of evidence proves that you're not Artie Frost's son. You didn't have the ring. Where is it? There it is.
Take that!
Huh? Bronco's chess set and a ring? Yes. Take a look at the ring for me, if you would. What does the engraving on it tell you? It's 2 letters, right? It is. It's the seal of which Paul Halik used to mark his works. And it was found next to Artie Frost's body 18 years ago. But why would Bronco have a memento of my father? The police looked for Frost's son for a long time, and eventually they found him. The ring was handed over to the man they were able to prove was his child, Bronco Knight. But that's not... That would mean I was... Precisely. That you are, in fact, the son of Carmelo Gusteau. Oh, that can't be! I'm... My dad was... I remember... Don't I? Oh my god, my dad. Bronco tied me up and locked me in that car. It was his fault I lost my dad. He deserved to die. Didn't he? No way. So I get to see your circus thing even though I'm in jail? I was looking forward to the next move in our little chess game, so the show is just the icing on top. Yeah, I think you'll enjoy it. I will. Hey, come back soon, okay? I'll be mulling over my next move in the meantime. Oh, speaking of which, I put a little something in your chess set, but you can take a look at it later. A little something? No idea what that might be, but thanks. If you hadn't detained me 18 years ago, it wouldn't have had to end like this. Huh? Did you say something? Me? Oh, it was nothing. Goodbye, Bronco, and farewell. I did all that, and now you're telling me that it was my father who killed Broncos? What was all of this for? I didn't want to wind up dead too. I didn't want to be weak and vulnerable. That's why I tried to be like Canis. Why I stayed in touch with him all these years. And there we have it. The truth at last. Mr. Saint, you were Mr. Canis' correspondent chess partner. And you were the one manipulating events this whole time. You're right, it was me! It was me all along. At last, he's finally telling the truth. I was the one who witnessed the murder 12 years ago. But you knew that already. The president's assassination, just as we thought. Which means he's the one who drew the picture. And they knew it too. That's why. Lagarde kept questioning me, day in and day out. It got so I couldn't face what I knew the next day would bring. I was a nervous wreck. Who could blame me for wanting to get out of there? But I imagine it wasn't as easy as simply running away. Winter would have sent his men after you. No matter where I went, they were on me. They never stopped coming. 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. I couldn't sleep at night. Even the smallest noise had me chasing shadows. It drove me crazy. So I joined the circus. At least that way, moving from place to place was part of the job. My whole life, I've been up against the chief prosecutor and warden of a prison. No regular person could hope to stand up to people like that. From the time I was a child, I had nobody. But they weren't even the worst of it. The body double was behind it all, controlling everything. He may have been a fake, but he was the president of an entire country. What hope did I have? There was only one person I could turn to. Canis, the man who saved my life. He wasn't like Bronco. He really did want to help me. That's quite a claim. Strange to think of our famously ruthless assassin winning the admiration of the child he saved. He showed me how to stop being a victim, to stop being hunted, and become a hunter myself, and they all became my prey. But I doubt even you imagined that the body double would ever go so far as to co-opt our country's police. No, I sure didn't. And as long as Winter was around, no evidence was ever going to stand. Oh, I just realized I'm paking my mic like nuts. Hold on. Let me turn that down. He even nearly managed to ruin things this morning. Lagarde almost got away with it again. But I know him now like the back of my hand. I could see exactly how it was all going to go down. So he saw right through their plan. Our Chairman Winter would try to suppress the evidence in Warden Lagarde's trial. I see. And that's why you kidnapped Sean, correct? You wanted to force a guilty verdict regardless of the presence of evidence or the rule of law.
Objection.
Maybe I did. But how else was I going to make them pay for what happened 12 years ago? Whatever helps you sleep at night. The Winner pulled one last surprise, didn't he? He tried to kidnap Sean himself in the hope of influencing the verdict. In other words, you chose the exact same course of action as the man you so fervently claimed to hate.
Objection.
No, that's only if I'd actually kidnapped anyone at all. But I'd never do anything so wicked. Never, ever. Me? Commit a crime? No. And besides, I don't hate the three of them. If anything, I'm grateful. If they hadn't done what they did, my revenge wouldn't have been nearly as fun.
Objection.
So you admit it. Your motive in all of this was nothing more than revenge. Sure, I admit it. So what? I despised every single one of them. I know, this guy's is a big ball of tragedy and also in desperate need of therapy. Holy shit. But here's the kicker. I didn't kill anybody. The most you can blame me for is writing the odd letter here and there. Quick note to ring her to tell her about Winter. Another to him so he knew about her. But the fact that they wanted to kill each other and one of them succeeded, that was all on them. So you take no responsibility for the fact that your actions resulted in multiple murders. Right? Right! Same thing at Gourd Lake. People are much easier to control than animals, you know. The whole fake assassination plot, I handed that to Bronco on a plate. That was part of his plan too. So Rook's murder was...
Objection.
No. That was all Bronco's idea. Nothing to do with me at all. Still, it moved things in the right direction, wouldn't you say? Isn't fate a crazy thing?
You can't talk like that about a murder.
Setting Lagarde up was too easy too. Just made it seem like Knight and Canis were in contact with each other. And slipped the chisel inside the chess set. Oh my god, you actually did do that. So it was you who put it in there! Yes, it was! I thought that might point everybody nicely in Canis's direction. Worked out pretty well, even if I do say so myself. Who knew that would Who knew that would be all it took to make that awful woman murder poor Bronco? I guess she got to where she just saw enemies everywhere she looked. I know the feeling. Even the smallest thing can send your paranoia into overdrive. And then, things get ugly quickly. I had a front row seat for the whole show! You were the last piece to be put into play, of course. Who, me? You solved both cases and finally brought down Winter and Lagarde. I guess you could say your powers of deduction were the weapon that put an end to them both. I didn't solve those cases for your sake. Sure, you didn't know you were doing me a favor. You were just playing at being an attorney for a little while, right? What did you say? All I had to do was cower and say no, 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 no a few times. And you rode to my rescue like the hero you are. Was getting arrested part of your plan too? No, that wasn't something I expected, I have to admit. I never thought they'd take the chisel for the murder weapon. That was the real plot twist. Made my blood run cold for sure. But then who should come through with a turnabout to end all turnabouts? The greatest legal mind of his generation, my knight in shining armor. I bet it felt pretty good saving me like that, huh? You ought to thank me, you know. I don't do that for many people.
You're wrong. He wasn't playing at being an attorney. He was trying to help you. Because helping people is what Mr. Edgeworth does. He helped me right when I needed him most.
Okay. Aw, did he? You're sure he wasn't trying on his dear departed daddy's shoes for size?
No, that's not what he was doing.
Come on, Meister. Don't let this clown get you down. He's projecting, plain and simple. Painting other folks with his own grubby brush. It's not just that he doesn't trust other people. The poor kid doesn't even understand the concept. Doing something for somebody else's sake? Forget about it. He'll never understand. You think I care what you have to say about me? Consider this for a second. I've gotten my revenge on everybody I set out to get it from. And yet... Oh, okay, testimony. Hi! Think about it. I never actually did anything. What's my crime, exactly? Explain it to me. You think you can pin an incitement charge on me? Read my letters. I don't mention murder anywhere. If I did, maybe you'd have a case. Maybe you could say I encouraged them. But it's the same story as always, I'm afraid. You can't prove I did anything at all. God, this guy's a bitch.
That's not true. You kidnapped me.
Sorry, but I missed the part where you proved that. All I ever admitted to was sending letters.
You?
Letters which didn't threaten, coerce, or encourage anybody to do anything. I just passed on what you might call pertinent information. He's a slippery one, I'll give him that.
There's gotta be something we can do. What about this? The excitement stuff he's talking about.
Incitement, Kay. It means to encourage or direct another person to commit a crime. In the eyes of the law, it's seen as equivalent to committing the crime itself. It's what we got on guard on for, technically.
So then we just need to prove that he told them to do it.
You say that like it's gonna be easy. Guess maybe you're not so big on due process after all. You think you can make me carry the can for murders I had nothing to do with? Think again. I don't even have to talk to you if I don't want to. In fact, why am I still talking to you? I can think of one reason. The tent is surrounded. There's nowhere left to run. Really? You don't think I planned my escape too? These are my escape animals. If only, right? I'm so mad we dropped the jury system from Apollo Justice. My God. I mean, we kind of got in Grady's attorney, but not really. What if, just to pluck an idea out of nowhere, I trained all these vicious wild beasts to attack on command, for example? All I'd have to, I thought you said you couldn't train any animals. Contradiction. All I'd have to do is say the word, then sidle off stage in the chaos. What? You wouldn't. I'm just spitballing, but you'd pay to see that, wouldn't you? I could just as easily take Sean hostage with the gun I may or may not have in my pocket. Yeah, you know what? That would make for a killer show. You will do no such thing. It's hard to know what lengths he might actually be prepared to go to. But knowing what we know about him already, we have to be prepared for the worst. Fine, I'll humor you. But once the curtain goes up on this little performance, it better be a lively one. Bore me, and we're done here. All right? Let's see if you can keep me entertained, shall we? He's right. He's not going to give me an inch. But there must be something we can do. We can't let his crimes go unpunished. Except I can, kinda maybe. I don't know. Where is it? Not that one. This one.
Objection!
I'm afraid you're wrong. I have proof that you meant for at least one murder to happen. Because you said so yourself. Now there's something I need to tell you, blah, blah, blah. Oh yeah, you admitted to that. Fuck you. I said that? Weird. I don't remember. Man, this is so weirdly realistic and I hate it. I know you think you can worm your way out of everything. But this time you're wrong. I am. Yes, because our conversation was being recorded. By somebody intercepting the signal from the very listening device you planted. It was? You got your conversation with the clown here on tape? That's what you're trying to tell us? No. Lang Ji says, a schemer's schemes will swallow him in the end. You sound like Francisca there, don't do that. Miss Lloyd, could you play us the tape, please?
You bet I can. It's the reason we're still over here, I guess. Got it. It was this part right here.
Oh my gosh, my itchy nose. It's right around here. Aww. Huh? That's weird. There's something wrong, Miss Lloyd.
I'll say. Seems we maybe, didn't quite catch the next part on tape.
What?
Why? How could this not be on there?
Oh, poor babies. You think I'd leave myself wide open like that? Well, think again. There's something a little special about that bug, you see. Start recording now. Miss Lloyd, can you record now? Have you been recording this entire time? Please be I think the one sad thing is Simeon is smart, but everyone else is kind of just made stupider to let him seem even smarter, which is kind of sad. It can be turned on and off remotely.
What? I never knew they make those.
Remote control bugs? Sure, they exist, but... So you switched it off to avoid being recorded. Bingo!
Objection!
Then wouldn't your voice not come through anymore? But how? You would have had to know you were being recorded in the first place. And I did. Of course I did. It was so obvious that someone was eavesdropping, then that's because... Miss Lloyd, was it? You knew about the kid prosecutor's kidnapping without any prompting. No. You heard that whole conversation. I did indeed, old pal. But I must say, I thought you would have figured it all out much sooner. Yeah, right. Aren't you supposed to be a genius prosecutor? I will say for an Ace Attorney game, it is a little obnoxious when it's all left to luck if we catch the killer. Because, like, that was, like, a small part of, like, the annoyance with the fourth case in the second game with, like, the Franziska triumph. Like, they made it work because it was, like, really awesome and epic that Franziska's like, I have a bullet in my shoulder, but here's evidence anyway. Fuck all of you. Oh, by the way, Gumshoe might be dead. And then, what was the other case I was thinking of? Technically, the final case of Apollo Justice felt a little bit on the luck side, but that was only because we were introducing the jury system. But this one feels like, holy shit, this is nothing but luck. Now, where were we again? Oh yeah, at the part where we couldn't prove incitement. It was game over. Oh well. Ugh. Aw, shucks. So my tape ain't gonna be of no use to nobody after all? Come on, I must have recorded something you can use. Only that were true. Hey, Game Meister.
Yeah?
The old buggeroo. He was hitting your pin that whole time, right? That shake anything loose from the old brain tree?
I don't know. Give me a sec to think.
You're the only one who has been directly in contact with him before.
Objection.
So sad, relying on flawed evidence. Just to screw over Christoph. True, that entire thing was planned. That is true. It felt luck-based for the player, I think. But no, you're right. It was like completely 100% planned. Because we didn't, like, we knew the jury system was a thing, but we didn't know about, like, the last bit of the jury system. It was a surprise. Relying on flawed evidence. Desperately trying to make it stick. Well, that's quite enough of that for now. Next topic, please. Huh? He's trying to steer us away from our current line of inquiry. Kay had a one-to-one encounter with him. Only recently. What if the sound from that point in time had been recorded? Miss Lloyd, how long were you recording the intercepts from the bug before? Started about, let's see now, 2 nights back? In which case, during which time frame would we likely find Saint's voice on the it would be 2 nights ago. Mr. Saint abducted Kay and took her up to the roof of the big building 2 nights ago. What if there was a recording from around that time? Miss Lloyd, quickly, play us any tape you have from that night, from the night before last. Sure thing.
That's the sound of the balloon!
Indeed it is. At around that time, I imagine Mr. Saint would have been transporting you in it. Which means he can't have been too far away from you, or the bug. Is there anything else on the recording, I wonder? Oh, shit. Ka-chang.
Wait, that noise!
That was a gunshot! I didn't shoot anybody. You turned the bug off then too, it seems. Unluckily for you, you were a little late in doing so. There is no escaping it now. That gunshot ties you directly to the case. Huh? What are you talking about? Nobody ever even mentioned a gun. It's wrong. Somebody involved in this case discharged a firearm. I just need to remember who it was and present a piece of evidence that proves it. It was the president. Is it in this? I can't remember. Gunshot residue, yep. Go bam. It's written right here in the president's autopsy report. Traces of gunshot residue were detected on his hand. And where was Kay when the gunshot was recorded? That's right. She was in the balloon being taken by you to the top of the big building. However, the roof wasn't as deserted as you needed it to be. Yes, I was there with the president. Wait, not long after we started talking, he noticed something and told me to leave. And if a gunshot rang out shortly after that, don't tell me you didn't hear it yourself, Mr. Saint. Not when it sounds crystal clear in this recording. He shot at me. It was really rude. I was just flying. going to pretend to ignore me? Oh, bless. What else do you expect me to do? I think the nice thing with the gunshot is that was info revealed to me today. If that was info revealed to me last week, I would need to look it up. What else do you expect me to do when you keep spouting your weird theories? We didn't just hear a gunshot on that tape. I mean, we did, but you know. If you listen carefully, you can hear the bullet hit something too. Could the president have been aiming at Mr. Saint? What would the bullet have struck? The hot air balloon?
Take that!
Because that's where Mr. Saint was. I think the president was firing at the balloon. And if he was, what we heard on that tape could have been the bullet hitting the basket.
Let's take a look and see, shall we? That's a basket. That's a rope. That's a thing. There's a bullet.
A hole.
There's a bullet stuck in it!
There's a bullet hole in the bottom of the basket. I'd call that pretty conclusive proof. You motherfucker. Ah! Well, Mr. Saint, how do you explain not just the sound on the tape, but the accompanying bullet hole? You see everything, don't you? It's pretty impressive, I have to admit. I doubt there's anything I could hide from you if you really wanted to find it. Just shut up and confess, will you? All right. No need to get cranky. I didn't do shit. That's my testimony. I admit I flew the balloon up to the roof, but when I arrived, Judge Gavelle and the president were already there. That came as a surprise, I have to say. Only the president noticed me and he made the good judge leave right away. Then he pointed his gun at me and fired. What an asshole.
But why was he trying to shoot down the balloon?
Oh, that's simple enough. When I arrived, he was about to murder your friend, the judge here. Me? Yeah, you! You told him about Sean! What did you think would happen? Why do you think he met you with you in the first place? He thought you were going to expose him as an imposter. Because she knew the truth about Sean's parentage, he was afraid. Afraid? Yeah, you could say that. The man was a total coward. His hands were shaking so much when he tried to get rid of me, he couldn't even shoot straight. So you see, I just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. I was an innocent bystander. What a dick.
Hold it!
You're lucky that the bullet only struck the bottom of the basket. Yeah, I tried to get out of there the second he pulled out that gun. Couldn't have my balloon going pop. But it was a close run thing. So you left right then and there? Of course I did. He was shooting at me. Are you saying there's a problem with that? There is a problem. My brain is telling me, but I can't articulate. Yeah, and you managed to leave Kay there up on that rooftop. Which means you didn't actually leave the vicinity, did you? Thank you for articulating what I meant, Edgeworth, thank you. Oh yeah, guess I forgot to tell you the next part. After he shot at me, he escaped through the hatch to the 51st floor. Hung around a little longer to make sure the coast was clear, then I landed on the roof. Would you mind appending that statement to your testimony? Makes no difference to me. After he shot at me, he escaped through the hatch to the 51st floor. I think Lotus. Would see and see the president pass through. Yes.
Objection!
I'm a little shocked that was going to happen. Honestly, he could have just played it cool and nothing would have happened. You're lying to us again. I am. The president never entered the storeroom the night before last. Miss Hart testified to that fact. What? You believe the word of a 2-bit hack over mine? I beg your gosh dang pardon!
the chief again, I dare ya! I'll wipe that smile right off of your stupid clown face!
So we know Hart was camped out, not cramped out, Jesus. Was camped out on the 51st floor that entire evening. But if our fake president didn't escape through there, then how the heck did he get off the roof? An excellent question. One that I hope to provide the answer to next. We know that he didn't leave via the elevator, so neither that nor the hatch are possibilities. Which leaves only one possible way of escaping that rooftop. You picked up a man in your travel. You dropped off a girl to pick up a man.
Take that!
He flew.
He flew.
Damn it, now I need to watch Peter Pan. He...
Flew?
Yes, in Mr. Saint's balloon.
Objection.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Quit fooling around, will you? Why in the world would I give that guy a lift in my balloon? He shot me. There was a security camera on the elevator, and Miss Hart was on the 51st floor the whole time. There's no other way he could have left that rooftop.
Objection.
You know what the circus is all about? Making the audience think you're in danger, giving them a thrill. It was time to bring this act to an end. I'm not in danger here, even if you think I am. What do you mean? Watch and learn. Miss Hart, can I ask you something? You were keeping guard on the 51st floor the whole time, right? Never even blinking for a moment? You bet your big toe I was! I done said as much in my testimony.
Objection.
You've lied before, though, girl. Like, your testimonies aren't that great. Huh. So the noise, the sound of Miles' faithful assistant falling through the hatch, that didn't scare you so badly that you fainted? Oh yeah, you heard that. Shit. Well, so what if I did? Ain't a girl in the world don't get caught a little unaware sometimes. Sorry, Miles, but that's what you get for putting your faith in these people.
Objection.
You are a sociopath. Like, I think that's the right word. You're like the textbook definition, my God. Doesn't matter. Kay can't have fallen down the hatch until after the president left the room.
Objection.
Are you sure about that? Allow me to offer a little counter theory. The coward fake president fired his gun at me. Then he hid in the shadows until after your friend fell down that hatch.
So what if he did? What would that mean?
Objection.
Come now, surely even you can see what I'm insinuating here. It's elementary. If the president hid it until after Miss Hart fainted, he could have passed right through the 51st floor undetected. No. And there we have it. Your little theory about the secret storeroom falls apart. No! Did you have to do that to me in my own voice? That's right. Oh, and another thing. I might have let Sean's identity slip to our pal, the president, while he was hiding in the shadows. That's why I went to the set to try and murder him the next day, only to wind up being killed himself. That's right, it was Sean who murdered the body double. Yeah. What possible reason could the boy have for doing so?
Objection.
Oh, a pretty good one. He already knew he was the president's son. And how did he discover that exactly? Because I told him in one of my trademark letters. What? He's lying. Oh, you bet I am. Oh my God, you're paid.
Huh?
Or am I? Maybe I did tell him, and maybe I didn't. Ooh, well, Shawnee boy, which is it?
It was my fault the Tarasaurus head fell off the roof. I admitted that much already. But I didn't find out about my dad until today, I swear.
Huh. Well. I knew about the falling head thanks to the bug. But who knew it was you who made it fall? The president died from being crushed, was it? Alright, well that confirms at least you were the murderer. Congrats on getting your revenge! That ties everything up pretty neatly, wouldn't you say? Although I guess you'd say something more like, and so the pieces fall into place at last. Well, counter my unassailable logic if you can. It was the monster. Jesus. You know my MO by now, right? I'm a hands-off kind of guy. I just like to pull a few strings here and there. That was the case with Bronco, with Chairman Winter. So what makes you think I'd let that fake president set foot on my balloon? Besides, I thought he was crushed to death by that model monster head. And who said old Taurosaurus' noggin a fallen, hmm? You're an asshole, I hope you know this. It all makes perfect sense. That's how our imposter wound up dead. No doubt about it. And what was the motive behind the murder? The little truth I shared, just like I said. Get it? The truth. That thing you're so fond of? That's what caused the murder here, not me. No, that's not possible. Truth can do that, dude. Edgeworth, don't... Shut up, dude. It's okay. The truth can do that. Well, if there is a detective in the house, somebody arrest that boy. Can't help noticing nobody rushing to slap on the handcuffs. What's the matter? Curse you! Just as I thought. Admit it! You're all the same. You, Winner, that idiot phony president. You want the real culprit to go free so you can railroad me into a jail cell, don't you? That's the justice you all claim to love so much. You only love it when you can twist it to suit your needs. No, that's not true.
Objection.
Well, if you're not gonna make the move, guess I'll have to step outside and speak to an officer myself. Once I tell them the kid here's a murderer, maybe they'll finally do something.
Objection.
We're not done with your testimony yet, Mr. Saint. I have to set this up again. Hold on. There we go. All right, continue. How did I know you'd make some excuse for stalling even longer? You still don't have any proof, do you? Or any chance of winning this? Tell me I'm wrong. And yet you still want to prolong the agony. Well, as long as you know what you're doing. Oh. All right, then. He's not holding back. What? Did you forget that little Shawnee's life is on the line, too? Hey, Miles Areno? Take a deep breath for me, would you? Why would I do that, Venda? Because it's times like these you need to kick back, take stock, and be grateful for what you have. The worst of times are when lawyers calmly show our biggest smiles. Remember? The way in which the president made his escape is what you and Laughing Boy can't agree on. So how about this for a little thought experiment? What if it's not about whether the big guy in the purple jacket got on that balloon or not? But rather, under what conditions would Simeon have been cool with letting him get on board? A turnabout in thinking. Forgive the interruption, just my 2 cents worth, or your old man's, I guess I should say. Maybe Gregory's kid technique could still prove useful in this crazy modern era. Anything else? He's right. Under what circumstances would the body double have been allowed on that balloon? I should say. Just in case. He was a physically imposing man. What's more, he was carrying a gun. Would he have been drugged? No, there was no traces of sedatives found during his autopsy. In which case, surely not. Are you about ready to continue, Miles? And don't forget, this is what we're playing for. This is going to be tricky. But I have to tear his testimony down one statement at a time. Just one spot. That... I guess...
Objection!
You crushed him with your... Okay. Sean didn't kill the president. The president was crushed by a monster. What? Did you really just say that? You? Oh, I get it. He's the kid who can communicate with giant beasts, right? Did he use his special powers? The only person in communion with monsters was you. Sorry, but you must have mixed up with somebody else. No monster here, pal. Just wild animals, I'm afraid.
Objection!
Why the false modesty? You're very close with at least one such creature. You were right. In fact, you can make this particular monster do exactly as you command. It was you who killed the president, Mr. Saint, and I can prove it. What? You're talking about the lion balloon? Yes, a quivering mockery of a monster filled with hot air. But a monster nonetheless. Not entirely unlike Mr. Saint himself. Sorry, you lost me. What are you trying to say exactly?
Objection!
You seem very keen to stick to your story about having manipulated Sean and the president. But no matter how true you may have wanted it to be, it was nothing more than a desperate lie. Even the most skilled animal tamer cannot make the dead do his bidding. And the president was dead long before he left that roof, having been killed by your balloon. Oh. I get it. Wait, hold on. Actually, hold on. Something just dawned on me. What's today? Yeah, no, it probably fits. Godzilla's innocent, huzzah! That thing may look lighter than air, but it weighs a few 100 pounds, right? When the president attacked you from the roof, you had to think quickly in order to protect yourself. The method you chose? Landing the balloon right on top of him. You didn't need to let him ride on that balloon, and he didn't need to coerce you into taking him. Because what you took away was his dead body.
Objection!
Wait a minute now, Miles. What you're saying is true. The president would have been killed 2 nights ago. Which would mean the time of death recorded in the autopsy was wrong. Oh, I was right in remembering. It's... what? Wow, you're really losing your touch. Look again, it's written right there. Time of death, April 5th at approximately 11 p.m. Clear as day. Yeah.
April 5th? That was yesterday! Which means...
Exactly. Means he died when the Taurosaurus head fell off of that roof. All right, Sean. It's time to be honest with us all. You know it's the right thing to do. You killed your daddy, didn't you? You hated him, didn't you? We get it. Who wouldn't? He just left you. What kind of a father would do that? Yours.
No, that's not what happened. I already told you. I didn't know who he was until today.
Oh, but you did know. Because I told you myself. My theory really have been so wide of the mark. I want to thank you once again, Miles. You hounded Winter and Lagarde until their crimes were finally exposed. And by ruining them both, you helped me get my revenge. Gotta love those powers of deduction. If the time of death matched up, everything else would fit. So, could you possibly have cheated the time of death somehow? Oh, what was the other guy's name again? Carmelo Gusto? You even ran him down for me. That was some great work you did there. Of course, Gusto. The IS-7 incident. He killed Frost and froze his body in order to conceal it. Oh, and there's a giant-ass freezer in town. Ah, like father, like son. I only wish I could have been there to see his downfall, too.
How can you say that? He was your
Naruto. So scary.
Miss Lagarde just keeps asking and asking what happened that day. Where are you, Dad? When are you coming to get me? Please, I need you to come take me away. Is it because I broke my promise? Because I didn't show up in time to help you taste your work?
He was no father. He left me all on my own. What kind of person would do that? We may have shared the same blood, but that's it. Father? What a joke.
Objection!
You may not want to hear this, Mr. Saint, but you share more than blood. Hate him all you like, but you're more like your father than you know. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? Fate can be strange sometimes, but this was no coincidence. You and your father were the same, even in the methods you chose. You deliberately threw off the time of death, just as he did. I threw off the time of death? And how did I do that exactly? By hiding the president's body in a very specific place. You hid the body right here.
Take that!
You needed to keep the body cool somewhere. You also needed somewhere to keep Sean. Who knew that the two were connected? You're talking about the kidnapping again? Why are we bringing that up now? Because much as you may wish you had forgotten, we know that you kept Sean in a refrigeration unit. The same refrigeration unit in which you kept the president's body. Just as your father froze the body he was trying to conceal 18 years ago. What? You're saying I'm the same as him? Same as the animal who abandoned me? Sad irony, but an undeniable truth nonetheless.
Objection!
Shut up! I'm nothing like him! I would never be like him! He's nothing to do with me! And we're nothing alike!
Objection!
Sorry, kiddo, but I think it's pretty clear that you and old Gusto have more than a little in common. You even told us you didn't like sweet stuff way back when we first met, right? If that's not a product of your daddy issues, I don't know what is. You don't understand! You may have tried to disown your father, but he lives on in everything you do. You think the same way. Oh no, it's like, seeing bodies is scary. Like, and it's just, ugh. Knowing it's a frozen dead body is like, ugh. And you're every bit as prepared as he was to sacrifice others in order to protect yourself. Your crimes were even exposed in the same manner. You couldn't be more similar. Or should I say, what the fuck? I don't know anything about a refrigeration unit. And the kidnapping? Nothing to do with me.
Objection!
Nonsense! You did it so you could blackmail Judge Gavelle. We know for a fact you were involved.
Objection!
You're a real danger to be around, you know that, Miles? Why? What aren't you going to accuse me of? Next you'll say I slept with your wife. AKA your husband. But it changes nothing. You still don't have any proof. Of incitement, of kidnapping, of anything. Oh wait. Or are you planning on maybe fabricating some? Taking a leaf out of the old winner playbook? Ugh! Never! I would never do that! Ugh, I can't let myself rise to the provocation. What was the line? No matter what happens, we must find the truth. Something like that. But only when the truth suits you, huh? That's how the law keeps people down, isn't it? Just like I do these animals. Ugh. And why I had to get my revenge myself. I got away with it. I got away with it all. Lagarde, winner, and now you. None of you can touch me.
This is bad, Mr. Edgeworth. Isn't there anything we can do?
Everything points to this man being our culprit. But we need evidence. Even just one piece. All right, it's been fun. It's time we brought this little show to an end, don't you think? Stick around for the main event, though, won't you? I'll even let you in for free. You'll finally admit defeat. Hello? Shut up, plane. Who was that?
Gumshoe!
For your final game, this better be like you just bringing the final piece of evidence. Just like, I'm amazing. Sorry to keep you waiting, sir.
Gummy! Where have you been?
I've been doing my job, just like Mr. Edgeworth asked me. And Detective Gumshoe, do you have anything to report? I had them look into a few things real quick, sir, about the refrigeration unit where the kid was kept. It was registered to the Very Big Circus, just like you said. And there it is, just in the nick of time. Excellent work, Detective. Well, Mr. Saint? Must be some kind of mistake. Why would a circus need a refrigeration unit? A valid question, I suppose. But we're no experts on the circus trade. Perhaps we could ask your department manager for her thoughts on the matter. Well, Miss Barry?
We do hire a unit to store all the food for the animals. But I don't know where it is. I leave all that to Simeon. So he's so good at that kind of thing. Ah! You fool! Yes, Simeon! You're scaring me.
Such a shame. But rushing to find a solution after the fact so often leads to mistakes. You knew that if the body was found in the unit, the suspicion would fall on you. So you panicked and moved it to the grounds of the big building instead. Yeah! But you weren't counting on Sean being found in the unit when you kidnapped him. If only you'd known you were up against a great thief and an even greater detective. Hell yeah! Is everything all right? You're looking a little pale. Don't think you won just yet, Miles. You're missing proof for the most important part of your little theory. I am. Perhaps you could enlighten us. You don't have any evidence that I crushed the presidential faker with that balloon. And I know you don't, because there isn't any. I'm afraid there is. What? Mr. Saint murdered the victim as we think he did. There should be traces of your misdeed on this it's on. There will be blood. Luminol, bitch! Or at least there'll be, like, a face print or some shit. Analysis of the balloon basket should turn up the evidence we need. That balloon again? You already have your bullet hole. What else do you expect to find?
We expect to find plenty, actually. Isn't that right, Mr. Edgeworth? If there's truth to be found, then he'll find it. He's a hero of justice.
He sure is. We'll find something for sure. Mr. Edgeworth has gotten out of way tighter spots than this one. What they said. We believe in you, Mazzarino. And so does your pop. He's looking down on you right now. I know he is. Hello, I'm here, son. I'm a ghost. The Fays have channeled me. Just stay calm and see things through to the end, Miles Edgeworth. A perfect victory is only moments away. The president's body double was killed by the balloon. Traces of a certain substance will prove that. And you, Simeon Saint, will pay for your crimes at last. I'm looking forward to this. Time to wrap up the mysteries of past and present once and for all. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, deal the final blow to this unforgivably wicked man. This last piece of evidence will prove your guilt beyond a doubt. It ain't blood. Ah, shit. Let me think of what it is then. Oh, wait. Oh, hello.
Take that!
When Sean found the president's body, he also found a bouquet of lion lilies. Lion lilies, symbol of the connection between parent and child. A popular flower back in St. Fa. That's your proof? A bunch of flowers that will be rotting at the dump by now? A bunch of flowers that Sean threw away? So much for your beautiful symbol of parental connection. That's got nothing to do with any of this! Ignore him, Sean. You threw those flowers away, that much is true. But the bond they represented remains as strong as it ever was. The President held on to them until the last, an act which provided us with our final piece of evidence. What? What are you talking about? The flowers Sean disposed of had been squashed flat. They must have been crushed by the balloon. If we examine the basket for traces of lion lily pollen, what do you think we might find? No. You don't need to do that. You looked over the basket just now. Anyway, if there was pollen stuck to it, you would have seen it. Those flowers are bright yellow.
Objection!
Not all evidence is visible to the naked eye, Mr. Saint. Huh? Emma!
Yeah?
I'd like to call on your scientific skills once again, if you don't mind.
Leave it to me. All right, let's take a look at this balloon basket, shall we? There is science. I've got something. Bright yellow pollen, just like you said.
If it's from the same flowers, it shouldn't take more than another quick test to prove it.
What?
And there we have it. You murdered the president, and this murder you carried out yourself. No, how could this? No! You crushed the president with that balloon. Then you loaded his body into the basket and took him to the refrigeration unit. Why? Why go to the trouble of removing the body? Because he knew another incident was scheduled to occur the same evening.
Oh, Rosie Ringer's murder!
Exactly. If he had left the body there, it would have interfered with his other plans. I get it. He couldn't leave the body in the refrigeration unit for too long either, right? Indeed not. So while returning to the big building to drop the body off again the following night, he must have observed the fire Sean caused and the Taurosaurus head falling as a result. That's what gave you the idea, wasn't it? To frame Sean for the murder. Ah! You made it seem as if the falling head was what killed him, so that my son would take the blame. Despicable coward! In order to achieve your aim, you lowered the president's body from the balloon to the lock below. And while he was dangling from the rope you used... Oh my god! He was caught on shot. That's bullshit, but also kind of makes sense. Was caught on Sean's rehearsal tape. No! How did you see through it all? How? You manipulated people, and you manipulated this case, just as you manipulate animals on the stage. You thought you were all powerful, but your reign is at an end.
The animals look like they're mad with you, Simeon. Even Money and Isaiah. You thought you were their friend, but you're not. They're sad and mad all at the same time. Kill them, guys! You human.
Oh, jeez. Stop it! Stop looking at me like that! They're animals, dear. Calm down, Jesus. Perhaps they will when you finally stop clowning around. You're not cut out for comedy! Your tale is destined to end with a whimper. I don't... Get away from me! Get away from me! Leave me alone!
Dad, where are you? I'm so scared.
I don't know what you're talking about. I've done nothing wrong. Nothing. I'm not the bad one. They are.
Why, Bronco? Why did you stop me from going to see my dad?
If only none of them did what they did, I wouldn't have had to. I couldn't trust the police. I couldn't trust anybody. I was all alone with nobody to help me.
But that man, he helped me.
Candace was the one who ever helped me. So what if I used people? I had to. Is that so wrong? No, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Ow. Oh my god, they're all yeah, get him, gang. Fuck yeah. Oh, bye. Oh yeah, you got yeeted. Oh yeah, this man is dead. There is no trial. The animals killed him. How'd y'all get? Oh, actually, Regina probably let them out and then corralled them back in. Like, you've had your fun. Okay, back to your homes. Seems the game is up at last. Oh, Shelly, hi! Tequila! Mr. Edgeworth, may I be the first to congratulate you. I've known everything since the beginning. I did it for my boyfriend, Rook. You have unmasked the person behind this entire sorry affair. Now I am free to... Oh. No! Guns are so clumsy, don't you find? I don't have a gun. Please. Not only are you carrying one, you were just about to draw it. He must have stolen it from the president after murdering him. This gentleman betrayed a bond of trust. He knew the so-called president was an imposter, and yet he employed me to kill him nonetheless. You still committed murder then because you hired a killer. Oh my god. There is nothing more dangerous for an assassin than to be lied to about the nature of one's target. You are an unguarded clone. Simeon, Jesus. If one does not know what cards one's opponent is holding, one can be very unpleasantly surprised. But that was not your true crime. No. Thinking you could deceive me, manipulate me. That is the crime for which you are about to pay. No! Holy shit, does he actually die? Oh, holy shit! Yeah, assassin off! Fuck yeah! You... It's been a while, killer. Step aside, Canis. That man is my target. I would politely ask that you call off this particular job. You pay for his crimes, but in prison, not at the end of your blade. Oh, this is so cool. And if I refuse, let us just say that I might not take the loss of one life that I ever saved too well. You save a life, but it harm Canis, the blind butcher himself, with apparently the name tag of boss when in jail, my god. Preposterous, I know. But yes, I, who have taken so many lives, once chose to preserve one. That of an innocent young pup. And he, in his turn, saved mine. Something of a bond formed between us. Laugh all you like. I know I would. But I would respectfully request that you spare him. As one professional to another, I ask that you let this particular target live. Canis is the one true dad. I think it's because I've been playing too many dating sims recently, but God, I want these two to kiss. Very well. The boy must mean a lot to you. Thank you. I'm in your debt. You need not thank me. I simply see little point in the two of us killing one another. Now then, I bid you all good day. Oh, Jesus. Hell yeah. That was badass. No, get back here. No, let's arrest Canis instead. You have my thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. This young pup needed to be shown the error of his ways. And you have done just that. All right, I suppose we better be getting back. Our ironclad enclosure awaits. You're gonna just go back? I mean, thank you, but also what? Doesn't it, Helmut? Yes, yes it does. Oh, hello. You
killed my dad, didn't you, old man?
I will not lie. I did. My victims deserve to be remembered at the very least. Ah, but I sense a great hatred for me from you, Horde Pup. In that case...
Sean! No!
You must not falter, little one. Here, you may use my knife.
Oh my god!
Take it and cut my throat. One sure slice is all it takes. I was growing rather tired of carving my little statues anyway.
Sean, we want revenge. We want it so badly.
Sean, don't do it!
Please, Sean! I beg of you. Just punch him.
At least, I did until just now. I would have done anything to make you pay, no matter how long it took.
Oh, but you should make those who have wronged you pay. It'll make you feel so good. Trust me. All the pain, all the suffering, it all goes away. It drowns it all out, numbs it.
Maybe it does. And listening to you, I thought maybe that's what I wanted.
Sean!
But it's not just about me. Say I get my revenge. How does that help anybody else? If I become a murderer, my mom suffers 10 times more than I ever would. And so would all the people I work with. They're counting on me, and they worry about me. Thoughtful words indeed, little one. Yeah? Well, I get it now. I won't ever forgive you, and I shouldn't be the one who gets to punish you. That's what these guys are for. My mom, prosecutor, people like that.
Sean!
Wow, you may be young, Sean, but you're way wiser than I'll ever be.
A little smarter too, honestly. You could at least consider trying to better yourself, Kay.
Very well. Then I suppose we'll be on our way. With me, young pup.
On our way? To where?
Where else? To the prison. Our home.
Our home? And with that, the case came to an end. A case that had dragged so many people into its orbit. But as for me, there was one last thing I had to do. What do we have to do? Hello. The goddess of... Oh, my badge. I forgot about my badge entirely.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Edgeworth.
What's the big idea, big guy? Want to tell us what we're doing here? I want my badge back, please. Mr. Edgeworth. Your request has been processed and approved. Huh? Your what now? I've asked for my prosecutor's badge to be reinstated. I forgot we weren't a lawyer.
I still can't believe you did that for me.
A certain man once said that to be an attorney is to be a defendant's most trusted ally, and that by believing in your client, the truth will make itself known. I was proven wrong. That man's image has been forever burned into my memory. As strongly as the vision of my father fighting in the courtroom. I'm of course talking about my boyfriend, Phoenix Wright. Good old Gregory. But that's his and my father's path. Mine lies elsewhere.
Mr. Edgeworth.
My path is that of the prosecutor. It always was. Well, then I guess that's that. I'm sorry. No, I dig it. And besides, I can tell by that look in your eye that your mind's made up. It is. Alright then. Looks like our work together is diddly done. Just don't come crying to old Eddie if you change your mind. This club's now closed to new members. I understand. Hey,
Master, care to tell me why, at least? How come you're so dead set on popping the old prosecutor's hat back on?
Hi, honey.
You once asked me something, Fender. I've been thinking about that question ever since. About how I mean to live my life. And now that this case is over, I think I finally know the answer. I'm going to help people as a prosecutor. But can you also do that as an attorney? Look at it this way. Simeon Saint was also a victim of sorts. He lost his only parent all those years ago, and with him, his ability to believe in a just world. Oh, I think Luke just barely got off work. He hasn't gotten home yet. I know how that feels. To lose somebody so important to you. To lose faith in everything. To doubt everything and be utterly alone. To fight and fight and fight. All that I can hope to do is get every defendant declared guilty. So I make that my policy. But I was lucky. Somebody was kind enough to save me from myself. We still can't show him! It's still illegal! He's not allowed to exist! He's in another dimension with a professor of some sort from England! Mr. Saint had nobody. He had no faith in the law. He felt that seeking revenge himself was the only option. I want to help people like him. And how do you plan to do that? If he had been able to rely upon the law, none of this would have happened. Chairman Winner made a mockery of justice, and in so doing, drove Mr. Saint away from seeking it. The law is only as good as its practitioners. It can be a shield that keeps the people safe from harm, or a sword wielded to wound them. Just one among many of the law's great contradictions. You could say that again. Yup. Flashback. But one cannot solve such contradictions in the law without engaging with it. I don't think an attorney could have saved Mr. Saint. But a prosecutor, a custodian of the law, I perhaps think they could have. I plan to take up my badge again and confront those contradictions at every turn. We must kill the dark age of the law. Very Mauserino. I like it. You know, won't be easy breezy though, right? Fighting the law itself, that's lawyering on hard mode. I understand that, but somebody has to do it. Oh, I don't doubt that. And if it has to be anybody, it should be you. Laws are like people, I guess. They both gotta grow and change. Adapt or perish, am I right? You're going to smash this, I just know it. After all, you're Gregory's boy through and through. I am still a ghost. Help me, Miles. Channel me again. And if there's one thing that man did not know how to do, it's give up. Eyes on the prize and straight on till sunset. That was his motto. I don't think that was actually what he would say, but that's his MO, I guess. You know what? I saw that same determination on your face the second you mentioned taking up prosecuting again. You know what's really grown and changed? Hate to be a great big cheese ball, but you. I only wish your dad were here to see it. He'd be proud as all get out. Fender, thank you. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, if you're ready to begin, we can get the ceremony underway. Please, there's a ceremony? By the power vested in me by the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence, I, Verity Gavel, do hereby, in the sight of the Almighty Goddess, reinstate Miles Edgeworth as a servant of the law. Hooray! My badge! I forgot you existed!
All right, you're a prosecutor again.
But best news I've heard all week, sir! Well, Mr. Prosecutor, I got a scoop. Your pops is gonna want to know that his kid just signed up for the opposition a second time. Thank you again, Fender, for everything. Don't thank me yet. Next time you see me could be from across the courtroom. And this face is a whole lot less roguishly charming when it's not on your side of the aisle. I would relish the opportunity to face an attorney trained by my father. I hope that day comes very soon. Bye. Alrighty, Fender out. He's got such cowboy bebop energy. Welcome back into the fold, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Thank you, Judge Gavelle. I owe you more than I can say. You do. You strove to right the wrongs of the committee from the inside. That must have been a lonely battle indeed. Not at all. I was never truly alone.
That's right. You had the goddess of justice on your side.
Thank you for teaching me that it's possible to fight in such a way. The contradictions within the committee are like those within the legal system itself. If we aren't able to overcome them, the real truth will forever evade us. I have you to thank for teaching me that, and for setting me on this path. I hereby swear to confront the contradictions that afflict the law, and to overcome them. And I thank you for your commitment to that cause, as does the Almighty Goddess. I truly believe that such efforts are necessary in order for the law to grow and improve. God, she is two different people when she is mom mode or sycophant goddess mode. I will look forward to seeing you in the courtroom again soon. As will I. You did not see the best of me when last I oversaw a trial. The next time will be different. I will show you what it means to serve justice with true impartiality. Judge Gavelle, I don't mean to call your motivation into question. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. But to my mind, the ideal judge is not wholly impartial. The ideal judge is human. Even in the courtroom, they laugh, they cry, they rage, they smile. I'm for some reason am putting our normal judge on a pedestal, even though he's a bad judge. And then, when all is said and done, they pass down a judgment based on that very humanity. I'm not sure exactly how to put this, but perfection isn't always the loftiest of ideals. And it's certainly not the only thing to strive for. Don't tell my sister I said this. Forgive me. This is my opinion, nothing more. You are right, of course. There are other ways. I thank you for sharing your insights. Mr. Edgeworth, there is another reason I was never truly alone during my long struggle against Chairman Winner. Someone else was with me. Someone other than the goddess.
Of course, Sean!
This clipping gave me more courage than words can express. Simply having it near gave me hope. No matter how hard things get, no matter how formidable one's opponent, when we feel that we are not alone, we can keep going, no matter how hard the road ahead. Mistakes have been made, but we must fix them, for Sean's sake more than anyone's. Like the mistakes made in the incident in which his father died. So you see, there is something more important even to me than the words of the goddess. Though it may anger her to hear me say such things. So that was your secret weapon all along, the strength of your bond with your son. Perhaps you are right. Perhaps I should not strive for an unachievable perfection. But I must grow. As a servant of the law and as a mother. That I believe above all else. I see. Seems that we both have plenty still to learn. Indeed. We are neither of us perfect yet. Let us continue along our chosen paths, and continue to grow as we tread them, until we meet again. I will look forward to that day. May the goddess watch over you as you embark upon the next step of your journey.
Hooray, the crazy lady's gone! Huzzah! Now you just have me, the annoying one.
I lost the title of prosecutor. Oh, and in so doing, I have a new way forward, a new path for justice. And I am determined to follow that path until it finally leads me to the truth, no matter how hard it might be, no matter what obstacles might arise. Woe betide any— oh God, for whoever it may be, whatever they may say, I may lift up my voice and shout objection! Why'd that go so randomly fast? Yay! I've officially beaten that game myself. Good shit. Not my favorite of the Ace Attorneys. I think it's my least favorite, but it's still kind of fun.
So, Chief, what kind of scoop we looking to land ourselves next, huh?
Did I teach you nothing, knucklehead? We're journalists, dang it! Leads are our stock and trade, our bread and butter. Don't just hand that stuff over, not even to your danged apprentice.
Sorry, Chief. Guess I still got a whole bunch to learn, huh? All right, then. Better go track down some leads from my own self.
That's the spirit. You go get 'em, Tipper. Before you mosey on down the way, mind, sharing what kind of leads them there leads might be?
Huh?
But, Chief, you... Come on now, I'm pretty much your editor, ain't I? Can't hold out on the boss. Oh, come on, Chief, that's cold. That's mean. I think... Oh, that's actually really hard. I want to say Investigations 1 is better just because it utilizes Little Thief a bit better. The story feels a bit more connected. Oh. And not as like, I don't know. My arm wound is yet to heal full, even now. The bodyguard who inflicted it was a skillful practitioner indeed. I shan't be forgetting him in a hurry. But never mind that now. Time to return to the life of a simple ice cream seller. Although I have been thinking that perhaps crepes would be more my speed. Well, no rush. I'm sure there'll be time to ponder the matter before my next job comes in. They utilized Little Thief better in the first game. The villain of the first game, the final one, sucks worse than this one. Sure, you might have knocked me on my butt, wise guy, but I ain't out. Oh, I've been keeping my guard up looking for an opening. Well, you gotta get out of this dump yet. Ain't that right, Teddy? The one who betrayed me. The second the bell rings for the next round, escape shenanigans will come out swinging. Till then, it's training, and more training. Yeah, I found the final villain of the first game more infuriating than this one. Gavel and Winter, Eustace Winter, were really annoying in the second case. You want to know if I'm planning on becoming an animal stylist? Sure, I'm still studying every single day. Still up to my elbows in mud. But I guess it suits me better than being a newspaper salesman. I plan to make it my new career when I finally get out of here. What's that? Is my release a few more years away? Now because I helped ward Lagarde? Aw, oof. Yeah! Yeah, you throw that, Toupee. Why do you think I've been so nice to these stupid freaking animals? I don't care about the freaking license. I just want to get out of here. Why me? Eustace's arc is good, but they made him too annoying to really have me like him in the end. And Gavel, well, she's nice as a mom. Again, same thing. The characters were more annoying in this game. The story was more annoying in the first game. I was so shocked when I learned what Simeon had been up to this whole time. I trusted him. I was his boss. Still can't sit around being sad forever, I guess. The show must go on. We can't let the magic department and the ventriloquy department get the better of us. We'll light up that stage and blow away the competition and all those. Oh, I don't know what I was gonna say. Bye. There was some really dumb things. Again, the second case in this game is the worst one out of, like, all of it. Like, so bad. Just because some of it was infuriating. I must have gotten soft in my old age, haven't I, boy? Yes, I have. 18 years ago, I saved a life, and the troublesome child is still keeping me busy to this day. And now here we are, back in a cage. Well, we'll have company soon, at least, won't we, boy? Yes, our friend the pup. Things certainly won't be dull with him around. No, they won't. Extraterritorial rights is, oh, I fucking hate that shit. It was so obnoxious. At least this one, like, it was annoying because it was, you can't prove shit. What dessert shall we eat? Chocolate cake, sticky and sweet. Oh, so soft, fluffy, and light. You'll be dreaming of it tonight. I'll always be waiting for you, Judy. And I'll come visit you every day, just like you and Eddie did when I was in here. We have so much to thank him and Mr. Edgeworth for. Most of all, the fact I get to eat your delicious desserts again, Samson. And not just you. They gave me permission to keep providing sweet treats to everyone here. I guess spreading the gospel of candy making for all these years is finally paying off. But the third case in this one is actually probably my favorite of the investigation cases. Just because the characters actually were good in it and the mystery was kind of fun. It's a little far-fetched because it's like extraterritorial rights were frozen about that.
Oh, hello, sweeties. Fancy seeing you here. I owe you a great big thank you. And dear old Greggy Pegleg, too, of course. After all, it thanked all of you that I can eat Sammy Poo sweets again. I'm even thinking of making a lovely medicine out of them. I'm going to call it Snacker's Delight. It makes your stomach so small you can only eat snacks. So you can get skinny and it's a 10 pet leg. And love every minute. I'm going to make blah, 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 blah.
The weird rules with, oh my god, what is the word? Man, I've met so many beautiful people now and drawn so many beautiful sketches. Lulu isn't the biggest fan of my new work, though. She took one look at my sketchbook and hit me over the head with it. Bam! Just like you did draw a bunch of beautiful women, dude. And then she left. Guess that's one less beautiful person in my life now. So I've got a big decision ahead of me. Do I follow my art or follow my heart? By heart I mean new girlfriend. You got that right. How long a case is open for? I can't remember the word right now. Baxter, the Bananator. Seriously though, thanks for the assist today, good buddy. You want me to talk about IS-7? I'll talk all day. Sounds like that Edgeworth kid is doing good work. Yeah, Mazzarino chose a different path from his old man in the end. Path that means we can't work together. That won't stop me looking in on him from time to time. You've come pretty far yourself. Holy macaroni, a compliment from Big Bad Detective Bad. Am I dreaming? Well, flattery will get you everywhere, old pal. You ever need a little Fender magic, just say the word. Yeah. Right, I guess, like, yeah.
Looks like they'll be letting me off a little easier than I thought for what I did. I guess because I told them I was kind of forced to do it. Ouch! Ain't no such thing as an easy when it comes to crime, dang fool child. Sorry, Grandma. I still feel awful about it, of course. But I'm just so glad I get to stay out here with you. What's that? You think we should be getting back to work? I guess you're right. Can't keep the dead waiting.
Yes, you can, technically, but sure. We did work with Eddie. Science saves the day again, huh? Good thing I happen to be around, right? Even if I do have to jump right back on a plane again and go back to Europe. All this flying around is gonna get tiring. Still, it's all part of becoming a first-class forensics investigator. Guess I'd better get going. Oh, but if you ever need me, just say the word, okay? I'll come running. You know I will. I think, like, I definitely had the most frustration in this game, but I also had the most fun with this one, and that's why I think, like, 2 is a little better than 1, but it's still the investigations games. They're not my favorite. But again, it's Ace Attorney. The greater one's father, the greater pressure to be great. But Eustace Finner, was it? He has chosen his own path now, and he will be tested. Just as I was. Miles Edgeworth chose to live as a prosecutor over how his own father lived. That too is a valid answer to the question we've all had to wrestle with. Ah, violence. My father hid a secret, bore a burden I could only have imagined. I thought only of my family name. He thought of so much more. He thought of our entire nation. I mean, to carry on that legacy, to fulfill his last great wish. Even if our president was an imposter. Even if the real president is long dead. Even if it takes all my effort and all my men's effort, Zhang Fa will rise again! Can't wait for you to see it. I am glad to be done, though, with the game. Again, I'm looking forward to eventually getting to the Great Ace Attorney, but I'm going to do something in between. I forget what I decided. You guys will know in 2 weeks. I gave up the winner thing. Told everybody to stop calling me that. Because I didn't win. My dad did it all for me. Good boy. I'm gonna start again from scratch. I won't let what he did ruin everything. And pretty soon I'll be better than him, and better than Edgeworth, so watch out! Your first order of business, get a new nickname. Not the first order of business. The first order of business is learn how to be a prosecutor. Well, it was eventful to say the least. But we got it done, and the movie's going down great. I think the murder stories in the gossip magazines might have helped. Big bad man emerges from what? Revealed true face of Monster Pie and Zhang Fa president murder plot. Wait. This is a picture of you, Mr. Powers. What? But why? Hey, it's not so bad. After all, it'll make people come and see the movie, right? Yeah, I guess. Poor Will. Blessed Will. He's a sweet boy. He's a sweet man. I'm very much enjoyed the movie, Sean. It's nothing. It wasn't even a big part. The boy who befriended both Taurosaurus and Gordy? They don't come any bigger than that. It was a role you were born to play. You think? Well, it would be cool to be in the sequel, I guess. And kind of like acting. Hey, can we pick something up before we head back? I wanted to get some lion lilies. For my dad. Of course. And I will buy some too. For Amelie. Right? This poor studio. How are they not been, like, shut down from just people going, oh my god, they're always associated with murders. Walk the fuck away. Oh, it's been a busy few days, huh, sir? Unbelievably so. How did so many important cases all come along at once?
There's never a dull moment when I'm around. Guess I'm just lucky that way.
Wait, so all that stuff happened because of you?
No, Gummy! How could you say that?
And yet, I don't think the good detective is entirely wrong. Well, okay. What now? Will you be returning to your thieving practice?
Yeah, good question.
What? You're not sure?
How can I put this? I guess I feel like I've been trying to follow in my father's footsteps this whole time, you know? Trying to become a great thief, just like he was.
The Yatagarasu. Or Yatagarasu. Oh, Yatagarasu at least.
But watching how this all panned out for you, Mr. Edgeworth, it got me thinking that maybe I need to get out from under his shadow and live my own life too. Hi, honey. Just like how you decided not to do the whole attorney thing. It's time to make our own fate.
She's right. After all, nothing thrives in the shade.
I'm going to be my own hero.
Are you going to become the Steel Samurai? That sounds like an admirable plan indeed.
I won't be giving up the name, though. Can't not be the Yatagarasu, right?
Whatever name you pick, you'll always be Kay to us, Kay. And you'll always be a hero.
Aw, thanks, Gummy. You'll always be my Gummy, too.
You bet I will. I'll be doing my detective thing just as hard as always. So I'll be counting on you, sir. Yes, And I'll be counting on you too, Detective. Just as I've been counting on you these last few days. You've helped us out too many times to mention. I think your next salary review may come as a pleasant surprise. Oh my god, Gumshoe's getting a raise! Fuck yeah! Huh?
Huh?
Wait, you mean... What's the matter? I'm saying I'll see to it that you get paid a little more, Detective. You will? This is unbelievable, sir!
No way! Go Gummy!
It's like a dream come true. I can finally leave the instant noodle life behind. Well, for his final game, this better have fucking happened. But don't think I'll be letting you rest on your laurels. Your work won't be getting any easier. I hope you understand that. Yes, sir! Understood, sir! I'll give you everything I've got, just you wait and see! Fender and Judge Gavelle set me on a new path in life. A path on which I will face down every contradiction that the law has to present. A path at whose end lies the ultimate truth. Can I really do this? I'll need to give it some serious thought. It certainly won't be easy. Nonetheless. Boop, 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 boop. It's still past dialogue. I'm not reading it again. The strength of my bonds.
Oh! I almost forgot!
What? What is it?
I was trying to find other members for my Yatagarasu team, right?
I do vaguely remember something about that.
I never even found a single one. We were going to be unstoppable in our quest to steal the truth. So much for that little pipe dream.
You're kidding, right? You already have a team. A team that can solve any case the world cares to throw at it.
Huh? Yeah, I guess I do. The prosecutor, the detective, and the great thief. Between the three of us, we can hunt down the truth, put it in handcuffs, and steal it once and for all.
I can't help feeling a little sorry for the truth in that case. As long as the three of us stick together, which we can't, we got nothing to fear, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Indeed, nothing at all. My father followed his own path, right to the end. And now I follow a path of my own making too. But not alone. I have some colorful companions to help me. As long as they're beside me, I won't lose my way. It's a new path and a new me. And I'll be walking it as a prosecutor, not an attorney. My father's path and mine are different. But they're not as separate as they may seem. Though the routes differ, the destination is the same. Because, of course, both end at the truth. Yay! Oh, that's a good picture. That's a good CG. I'm done! So, thanks everyone who joined for joining. I won't be streaming next Wednesday just because of a rental. But I will be, I think I'll be able to stream the following Wednesday. What was I gonna stream? I have it written down. Come here. Things? Which file were you on? Oh my god, I have too many emails. I think I was actually considering maybe doing a Zelda game next. I think was what my plan was. So I will be streaming next Wednesday. Probably going to be doing Ocarina of Time. If that changes, it will be posted in our Discord. Not this, sorry, the following Wednesday after next Wednesday. Luke should be streaming Saturday morning if all goes well. An Edgelord stream will happen Sunday morning. I did stream a long ass time. So again, thank you everyone for joining me. And I don't know when, but I'll see you then. Bye.